got you again. Got you again. I got you again. Hello, motherfuckers. Welcome.
Do that again.
I did it again. I timed it exactly so your mic went live just as you said I was born ready.
Are you literally the worst?
It's been a while since I got you with that. Like that was episode 9 type stuff.
Okay, you be quiet. I have to say my line.
Okay, you say your stuff. I'm looking for something.
You're talking. Hello, squishies. You're the worst.
Hi, folks. Hello, people. How are we doing today? Is everybody having a good one?
Thank you so much, Paladin Berserker. They subscribed for 7 honking ass months. We got so many subscriptions. We got a level 3 hype train.
We do already.
21% into a level 4.
Oh my goodness!
That's
look
so...
at this. Look at this. I'm trying to scroll up to actually see all of them. Oh, I just realized. I'm gonna.
Well,
you look at them. I need to go bring back the dog rewards because I turned them off the other night.
Quite rude. You're quite rude. Holy criminy. And swoosh into a level 5.
Push-ups back on by accident. Whoops.
Can you imagine? You'd be murder-lated. Murder-lated. Holy criminy.
That'd be crazy.
Where's the hype?
People, it's moving quick. We got it.
Do believe the hype.
What are we doing? How are we doing today? We all having a good one?
You, Red Potato just subscribed for freaking 9 months.
Red Potato, that's
There's
crazy.
only so far it's letting me go back for.
That's nearly a pregnancy of subscriptions.
That is like a pregnancy of subscriptions.
I mean, technically just under, right? Isn't it just over 9 months on average?
Yeah. It won't let me go back any further than that.
Someone told me once it's technically closer to 10 months, and then I looked it up and it's like 9 months and a week, and I was like, what do you think closer means? What do you think that word means actually?
Phantom Fox subscribed for 7 months.
Thank you, Phantom Fox. Someone gifted like 5 subs earlier, and I can't scroll that high on my UI. It literally won't let me look.
Rin's Aid gifted 5 tier 1 subs to people. Super
Thank
sweet.
you, Rin's Aid.
And then
I'm gonna R-aid.
I'm trying to.
Okay, but 38 weeks plus or minus
Dark
2. What does that
Wolf
break down to?
Dark Wolf subscribed, rocking it out for 5 months. People subscribe for.
But months on average aren't 4 weeks. Like months are like the only month that's 4 weeks is February most of the time.
Bomb Digger subscribed using my subtitles. Did you use Bomb Digger's subtitles?
It was you, Parker Scott. Legit Hawaiian came in with 5 gifted subs as well. Oh my god, the hype train is crazy today. People.
Hype.
The kindness is unreal.
Paladin Berserker went subscription nuts. Dr. Jax went subscription nuts. Parker Scott went subscription crazy. When do I get to hear Stazzy Boy did for 9 months? He's on a 9-month streak now. Good God, people have been here with us for a long time.
People have been with us for a long time. We've been doing this for a while now. Huh?
I'm not gonna lie. I like
anonymous gifter.
Legit Hawaiian. Legit Hawaiian.
You know what's crazy? Legit Hawaiian's Hawaiian legit.
That's what's crazy?
Yeah, they're legit Hawaiian.
Okay. Anonymous gave tons of subs. Thank you, Anonymous.
Legit Hawaiian is legit Hawaiian. Like you are, I should have asked, is legit Hawaiian saying legitimately you live in Hawaii, or is it like you are ethnically Hawaiian, you don't just live there, and that's why that's your name? I've never asked.
Either or, they're great.
And it could be
I love the name Rinzaid because I always see Rinzaid in my face.
Who just 10 subs? Dark
oh my God, we're at 98.
We have a sub off today. What? People are.
Purdy Dan did subbing. Stream Element sub.
Legit Hawaiian. I thought that it was like you are ethnically Hawaiian was why the name was legit Hawaiian, but I've never bothered to ask, so I just wanted to make sure.
A level 8 hype train. Oh my God, we're at a level 8 hype train.
Wait, a gifter just gifted 20 subs? What is this competition? Thank you guys so much.
Pyro subbed. What is this? This is weird.
This is wild. People are excited. Genuinely, we haven't seen this since that time that people were shocked that you didn't read ahead when everyone got popped by Kuma. That was the last time we had a sub like explosion this big, and I think 2 weeks from now we're gonna see something similar because 2 weeks from now goes crazy.
Kind knee goes. I want to know what that means. There's a bunch here that whenever I say it, Rinzade came back, or as I like to think of them, Rinzade.
They're just boiling with excitement. People really love the Odin flashback. I don't know if you've noticed people's feelings about the Odin flashback.
Boiling with excitement out of your damn mouth.
So I feel like you are in the weird boat that I am, which is like, I love the Odin flashback, but I feel like I don't love it as much as other people seem to. And it's not like I have any complaints about it. Just other people go harder for it than I do.
I thought it was amazing, but I had no idea that it was like
it's fantastic. I love it. Yeah. I just feel like the community loves it more than I do, which is crazy because I love it. I just like.
Yeah, but then again, think about it. The way people feel about the donut.
Yeah,
I don't feel that way about the donut. I feel whoa, Stazzy boy.
What is happening? Man. What is going on today? Thank you guys so much.
Stazzy boy. Did we ever find out why Stazzy boy's name is Stazzy boy? Do other people know and I don't know?
I don't know at all. I almost said a joke that I'm actually not even going to say what it was.
Can I tell you some of my feelings about what Stazzy boy might be about?
Sure, go for it.
I think about it as like Starboy. I also think Stazzy is like some kind of game, and then he's like Stazzy boy for life. But I don't know.
Pets for the boy. The boy does need pets. You guys are right.
You know what? I'm gonna look up if Stazzy means a thing I don't know. Mountain Ash Tree. Gifted subs.
Boy, you're so sweet.
Dang, what a beginning!
The pop off is unreal. Oh yeah, I'm just working.
You have something fluffy stuck to your head apparently. Can I see it?
There's something fluffy stuck to my head?
It's funny as ass. I hope so.
Do I? I mean, my hair is fluffy. Let's see. Fluffy. I don't see anything fluffy stuck to my head. I have an earbud on for some reason. So there's one issue with bone conducting headphones.
I see it. I see it on your head. Be very still. Okay.
Oh, it is. Shit. You're right. I have dog hair. So I want to explain why there's so much dog hair flying around. It's shedding season, and I just blow-dried Bellamy yesterday, so there are loose chunks of fur flying everywhere. I could not contain them. My one critique on bone-connecting headphones, they are so comfortable, I forget they're on all the time. That's it. That is all.
Wearing them right now. That's how I do this.
Nope.
I have a new phone. You want to know why?
You have a new phone? Why do you have a new phone?
I don't want a new phone. I loved my iPhone 11. That was 4 years old. My iPhone 11 plus whatever the shit it was. And then your dad killed his phone so terribly in so many ways that he said, you have to give me your phone and get a new phone. And I was like, why don't you just get a new damn phone? And he's like, let's be honest, I don't deserve a new phone.
Okay.
Like, I kill phones so bad. Let's not give me a new one. And I was like, I don't care. I don't want to go do that. And he's like, too bad. Get a new phone. I need a phone. So now I have a new phone. I miss my phone.
Well, that's funny. So people are asking if we're watching episode 1015 live. Yes.
Can we do it on a Monday? Tuesday is difficult.
Okay, I can do. I made plans for this Monday in particular.
Tuesday's hard because your sister is having her cesarean on Wednesday, and we are driving down to sleep at the hospital.
Yeah. I made plans. I made plans Monday without realizing that was going to be a thing.
Yeah, so it would be way better if we did it like.
I think future we can do Tuesdays. For this one in particular, I think our Patreon stream. The thing is, if you are going to watch this episode live instead of reading it, we're going to need to decide when it should be. I don't think you can read up to chapter 1000. Like, I don't think you can read up to chapter 999 by Monday anyways.
What do you mean? What chapter am I on right now? 86.
986. You would need to read well, you'd only need to read 13 chapters, I guess, but I could.
Are you calling me a wimp?
You know what? My plans aren't till 7. I could do a Monday stream.
Yeah, I would rather do a Monday stream, please.
Okay.
I'm going to be sleeping at the hospital Tuesday.
Okay, so what do you think? What do you think? Monday, I have my plans at 7, so if we're going to watch an episode together that you are going to love, it's beautiful, and a movie, how about, like, what's the fastest you can get home from work on a Monday?
That depends if I'm filming. We're 90% of the way through our film.
So
I can tell the other human to do it. We're
If
watching an episode and a movie?
That was my thinking. We could put off the movie to the end of the month if you think you can.
I would rather just have the episode now, because then...
So let's watch a couple of Wano episodes, so that we're watching some stuff, because there's some other cool stuff from that part, and that looks awesome. But how about this? Here's where I'm at. Patreon plans. By the way, people keep subbing. This is crazy. Oh shit, guys, we have 15 seconds. We have 15 seconds left. Oh, we're at 20%. That's not gonna happen. We're about to beat our record though. That's crazy. Guys, we got to level 11. That's crazy. So here's what's gonna happen.
It's level 12.
I think you read up to 997. And then you read 998 and 999 live, and then we watch the anime adaptation of chapter 1000 together.
Okay. Why am I looking at this page?
This page? Just because I wanted something to do while we were talking about subs. I didn't want to get into the drawing yet until we talked a little bit. Can I explain what this is?
If it makes you feel better, Sam, we are just going to make sure we ask everyone that they're okay with moving to Sunday again. It's a lot easier for me, but we wanted to give all my Saturday humans, all my squishies of Saturdays, another little ask, because the reason it's easier for Sunday is, dog cam is on, is because it lets me actually research on Saturdays. Instead, on Saturdays, I don't have time to research right now. And because I have so many kids doing so many movies, and we're making a TV show now, my week is nuts, and I spend a lot of time.
Asking if this is a Patreon stream or if I think it's got to be a Patreon stream, because we can't actually show the episode live. It's not a thing we're willing to take a risk on, so we watch it together on Discord, and literally the Discord room is maxed out with just patrons attending. We had to nitro boost the server a bunch to get enough space in a screen share to even be able to watch it with just patrons. So like there isn't really a way for us to stream not just to patrons for watching chapter 1000's episode adaptation together. However, I could probably make that live faster than normal. So that people can watch it.
All right. So that's my problem, is we have people like Skis and other people who like to watch, but I feel bad they don't get to watch live. But I would love to be able to research more. And I am a busy ass person, and I went and made myself the president of our freaking association. I don't know what I'm thinking some days.
Before we start, I'm just going to talk about
how's my volume?
What I got here. Your volume's oh right, it's good for me, but I got to lower it for everybody else.
Yeah.
Try talking.
Once upon a time, there was a person named Mama Drawk. She was too cool for school.
Okay, you were just speaking more quickly than that.
What do you mean?
You were speaking more loudly than that. Like you made. Okay, we're fine. We're fine now, I think.
Everyone was fine anyways.
But I think you quieted down when I said now talk to test. Either way, I've mentioned before, I'm making a creature capture game. That's what these guys are. I'm just going to quickly say, these are some of the designs I'm happiest with.
It is too low, sir.
This is the protagonist of the game that you will play as. This is your player character, and these are the starters. The little guys are their first forms, and the bigger guys are their second forms. We're calling advancement. Someone from chat came up with that. So if you want to see me design critters like these, Come by on Tuesdays. Tuesdays are basically always a critter design stream. Sometimes I'm going to start doing interviews. Do I code the game? No, I know nothing about coding. I am a professional artist and I am a trained writer. I'm going to write the game. I am going to do broad game design because I do a lot of game design for tabletop stuff. So I have a lot of experience with like basically the discussion between game design and player and with mechanics I have a lot of experience with, so I'm going to do broad game design, but I'm going to need to find developers and programmers. This next month I'm going to be working on a pitch bible, but yeah, if people want to see the critter design parts of this of the
Paladin
game process.
Berserker does code?
There's a bunch of people who've been volunteering to do code. I've been reaching out to a few people. The big thing for that is I have very specific needs for an animation engine for a lot of the mechanics I want, so I'm going to be looking for someone who can make that work.
Paladin and Berserker is into it too.
Anyways, show up on Tuesdays. It's very fun. Yeah,
Alrighty.
the big cat is
Ready?
job, or the big cat is
First of all,
performance source per. Anyways, we ready? We ready for Odin for boiling?
You're a weirdo. No, Ned. When One Piece is done, we're reading the world's most terrible and depressing thing called Berserker.
Berserk.
That's the one. Every single time, Ned, you'll also notice that I say Berserker and he says Berserk. That's going to be ongoing.
It's a lot like Devil Fruit and Dragon Fruit, honestly.
You heard me. And then we're Bone Angel, Bone Fairy. What did Bone Fairy say that I didn't get to talk about? Yes, too cool for school, and I'm a teacher. This is the entire problem with my entire career.
Yeah.
It's hard for me to be there because I'm too cool for it, but yet here we are.
It's a real tragedy for you, honestly, that you're too cool for the place you have to be all the time.
Every time I'm there, I'm like, I can tell that everyone else can feel like I'm too cool to be there, and I'm like, okay.
Oh boy. Yeah, we have a bunch of One Piece stuff planned for after we're caught up. Like, I don't think there's any other manga we want to be taking on this like diligently, where it's video after video after video, keeping a constant pace. It's going to be whenever the two of us finish an arc, we'll talk about it, or a section of story if an arc doesn't feel full enough in another story, because not everything's as full as One Piece. But we have a lot of One Piece discussions we want to do. We're going to do
old people cold kick.
Yeah, we're going to do the one I keep threatening about. Sorry, but One Piece is political. We're both going to do character deep dives. We've decided we're going to take turns picking character deep dives. Do you want to reveal what the character you want to do is that you wanted to do early, but I said we couldn't do till after Wano, and I was right?
Do you think anyone is wondering what character I want to do a deep dive on?
I think so. I think people are wondering. I think the people want to know.
You don't think everyone just knows?
I think some people don't know.
What character do I want to do a deep dive on? Squishies?
Squishies guess. The Squishies must guess. Believe it or not, it's not Pearl, actually.
I love that person said Pearl at first. Look at this. Look at all this Pearl and Caribou. God damn, people. Look at all that.
Really wrong.
It's Ace.
It's Asu. Yeah. Look, guys, people have done enough Luffy deep dives. Luffy's had enough deep dive.
Oh, I'm going to deep dive on Luffy one day.
We probably will. We probably will.
Like, come on. Paladin Berserker. Who was the person who told us that we should do Berserk? Because
Dazzy.
It's Dazzy Boy, right?
Yeah.
Okay. But then Paladin Berserker. That seems strange.
Paladin Berserker has not recommended Berserk.
Is the last part of your name Berserker because of Berserk?
Well, I mean, their name is Paladin Berserk Jedi. I think they're just a mix of like, the joke is they're a mix of like 3 different archetypes. I think that's just a bit.
Understood, but still, just curiosity. No Foxy deep dive? God, I hope we see Foxy again. And I think I'll regret saying that.
You think you're going to regret saying that you hope we see Foxy?
Yeah, I just have this feeling that the world will give me just what I asked for. That every once in a while you ask for something and then the world is like, you know what? You know what, Miss Thing? maybe you
Well,
should
thank you,
have asked
Novicus.
that.
My assumption was always
thank
that
you,
Foxy would be
Notice.
one of the characters Blackbeard would hunt down and kill on account of weak fight or strong fruit.
Weak fruit or strong fruit. Somebody said, and I think this is something we have to ask, that Paladin Berserk might not, or not Paladin Berserk, sorry, Paladin Berserk.
Damn.
That Berserk might be a difficult one to do if I'm teaching. Is it a lot of sex?
I mean, you're allowed to talk about, like as a teacher, you can, I'm pretty sure, mention stuff outside of school.
Yeah,
Plus,
like,
from what, plus, like, just like being direct.
not to mention, like, I'm not recommending any of my shows.
Okay, so there is
children.
R word is what they're saying, isn't it?
Oh, I like how we don't say that here, like calling it.
Well, in Twitch, it's
because
literally
of how
not allowed for Twitch terms of service, is why.
Yeah, I know. I like how we don't say it on these things and they stop it because they're worried about people saying it to other people. But on the other hand, like graping doesn't make it seem really, what's the word?
Do you know
Minimized.
the funniest Twitch censorship thing that they changed that I love? People kept saying things like, "I'm gonna fucking kill myself," and then the Twitch would be like, "You're not allowed to do that." That was allowed to be said, Twitch, because I was quoting people as saying it. I wasn't saying I would. So people would start adding in Minecraft. They would be like, "I'm gonna fucking kill myself in Minecraft." So Twitch banned the phrase "in Minecraft," so everyone started saying, "I'm gonna fucking kill myself" in Roblox.
All of this is terrible. My volume needs to be raised, and that's very important. Everybody needs to hear my
I've raised
face.
it. I've raised it.
It's very important. Your story made me depressed.
What part of my story made you depressed?
Oh God, we try to take concepts that should be terrible and minimize them with semantic ambiguity or just making a longer word to say a less succinct important thing. And I'm over it. Say what it is and don't let it be softened because it's terrible and that's why we keep it there. And yeah, it just
Yeah, but have you thought about libs?
setting. Somebody called me a bad word. My children found it inside of this last streams or the last YouTube. And they were like, somebody called you a I don't say that. I'm a teacher, so I don't say cruel things to talk about how our brains work. But they called me a lib whatever.
That is a bad word. Fucking calling you a lib?
No, with the ending.
Oh.
And I was like, dude, you feel free to call me a lib, or whatever else you want to call me, or whatever names you think you want to put on me. I don't think you know enough about me to say anything, but really rude. Yeah, Sam Fisher, that's what they called me, and I won't use it because I'm a teacher, and that's a drawer too full for me. If you can't close your drunk drawer, then you have gone too far. And I was like, you know what? Fuck you. That's very rude. You can call me a fucking asshole, but don't use that. It's not nice.
Oh I just don't like that one because I don't want to be called a goddamn liberal. You call me a leftist like a goddamn zoologist accurately identifying me. You call me a goddamn lib.
I did. I meant frack you. Yeah. Oh, Lucky Lav is here.
Oh, hello, Lav.
Lucky Lav. Do you all know that I taught Lucky Lav?
That is true.
Yeah. So when you're all like, oh, blah, blah, blah. I taught Lucky Lav. Lucky Lav has been in my life for a long time.
Forgot that you did.
But actually, no. Lav was just your friend. I didn't actually. Lav wasn't.
Oh, you didn't. Class. You know what's funny? Father taught Lav because Lav did distance ed, phys ed, and Father was in charge of the distance ed programs at the time. Yeah.
You know what? I'm so sorry for you that I didn't get to teach you, Lav. You taught me dancing, kind of. That's just when I came up into your room with you guys. That's awesome. Yeah. Lav was just at our house all the time and in our life. that's
Really
true, because I helped do the play that you were in. That's
need a
right.
really good pose here, but I might have to just do compositional
Reputator,
space
what
and
point is
save
there
the
in
pose.
knowing your own lore? Okay, what
Yeah.
chapter did I start on this
Should
week?
we? What chapter did we start? I feel like there's a relaxed energy. Like last week was very manic and this week is very calm. Does that feel right?
Yeah, I fell asleep at 1,000 o'clock. It turns out I'm addicted to my sleeping pills.
I fell asleep at 1,000 o'clock, not because of sleeping pills, but just because I was working on stuff for Critter Game. Because you guys don't see all of it. I'm working on stuff in the background until like 3 in the morning.
Aw. Lab, I was so sad not to be taught by you. Everyone else was. I'm sorry,
Aw.
Lab. I'm sorry I didn't get to teach you.
It's kind of your fault though.
It's kind of not my fault.
Kind of your fault. I remember now. You told the superintendent, "Don't let me in with this kid."
Whatever you do, I won't have this one child.
This fucker. This one over here.
Oh my god, look at Bone Fairy. Bone Fairy is hyped. Bone Fairy. Bone Fairy.
Oh yeah.
Hyped.
What chapter did we start on?
I fell asleep at 22:30 because my brain just said, fuck you, you're going to sleep early.
Did you just use military time? That's crazy.
You know what? I enjoy a person using military time. There's something about it that just kind of middle fingers everything. Chapter 1, that's not, you're not
9:59 sounds right. 9:59 is the first one someone said that sounds right.
So should we skip 9:59 then?
This again, huh?
So should we just move right over 9:59 and move on to
Why not,
9:60?
dude? Why not? It's fucking Odin. I mean, let's be very honest. The idea of him boiling Odin on a friend's funeral pyre is so true to who Odin is. It is necessary for his character and a good start. I myself and literally 3 other people I know fell off One Piece for the only time in reading it because of how kind of nothing the first 2 chapters of Odin's flashback felt.
Really?
Yep. Unironically.
Yeah, but 9:59 is like Luffy literally freaking killing it in his amazing samurai warrior outfit. Like so killing it, it's almost too good.
No. The rest of the flashback's great. When I came back, I was immediately like, oh my god, how did I stop reading? This is incredible. I know 3 people and myself who independently fell off because of the first 2 chapters of this flashback. I think the rest of the flashback is immediately engaging and great and cool. And I don't know, in retrospect, I was like, wow, I really made a mistake. But the very beginning of it, week to week, I kind of fell off. Like,
I heard you, but I'm talking about chapter 9:59, and if you don't let me, I'm skipping to
okay,
chapter
fine.
9:60.
I was talking to chat there because they were questioning me. They were like, "What's wrong with you? The Odin flashback?" I don't think y'all remember that the first 2 chapters aren't as good as the rest of it. Anyways, you go.
You know what? Fuck it. Let's just move on to 9:60. Here we start at 9:60. Nothing happened in 9:59. The Oh My Family search in the background to find Lola, by the way, warmed my whole heart. And then you know what it did?
What's that?
Punched me in the gut, because who the living shit meets their dad, who I thought had been murderlated, and then is like, you know what, creepy old man, go eat yourself. And then they just leave their sad dad on a spit while they sail off into the sunset. And I was like, are you shitting my family right now?
They are. That's exactly what they're doing.
Like, here you zoom around and meet all these people, and all you're trying to do is find Lola, and then when your actual dad comes, you don't question it for a hot minute and see if you like him. You just immediately are like, nope.
I think straight up did not believe it.
It's
like
bullshit.
Sure thing, old man.
It's such bullshit. Okay. We start lush deep in a forest. it almost looks like there's a knock-up stream in the background, but that's supposed to be kind of a Mount Fuji, we all suppose. Pound is the same age as Katakuri?
Yeah, Katakuri, okay, it's hard to remember this because of how fucking goddamn cool as fuck this boy is. It's hard to imagine. But you need to remember Katakuri is a 40-year-old man who dresses as a biker gimp and works for his mom.
Do you want to rephrase that in any way, shape, or form?
None of that was untrue. Everything I just said was true. He's a man in his 40s.
True things.
He's a man in his 40s who dresses like a biker gimp and works for his mom. Well, is he incredibly cool? Yes, but that's just the true facts about Charlotte Katakuri.
Sweet goddamn pickle.
Show me the lie.
You and I are done talking about this now. I'm going to skip chapter 960 because of you.
Yeah.
Every time I
Bone Fairy. We'll talk about it when we finish. No. King couldn't lay a fucking finger on Katakuri. We'll get to there. Anime doing King's fight so solid makes people think otherwise, but when we catch up, I will tell you why Kata wins that fight and is the better right hand. But we'll get there. We'll get there, Bone Fairy.
I can't remember if that little white pig mom gets killed, but I'm
gets chopped in half and then you see her later sewn back together somehow, so I guess is actually a god.
Yeah, she doesn't get killed. Good. And the little pig doesn't get killed either, right?
Yeah.
So I can like that whole
literally cut in half though.
It was rude as shit to go ripping gods in half.
Boy, need to go pet the boy.
Where's your dumb dad wants something? He already did that for you.
No, we didn't. I just talked to him on the phone. That's the last thing that needs to be done.
I need to beat your father up for a minute.
What's happened to father now? Oh, thank you, El Kratos.
How do I get this?
Can you please make people have a nice time while I take your father's SIM card out?
I'm sorry, everyone.
Hi, everybody. Hey, everybody. How are you doing today?
Proven it so many times.
So let me tell y'all something. We need to see a One Piece secret lair in Magic the Gathering. And you might be saying, oh, cool. Who are we going to have? Well, we need someone from One Piece who can get people back on their feet to be Beckett Brass. I think that we should also have Don Andres be Blackbeard, right? Because his whole thing is getting people to join his crew all aggressive like. I could honestly see Luffy work as a Don Andres as well. Oh, Papa Drawk's very short. There's a reason I'm only exactly Mama Drawk's height. That's a great question to go off of. Papa Drawk is 5'6". I am 6'2", the exact height of Mama Drawk, just under 6'2", both of us. Like, it's to the point where you might as well say 6'2", because it's like 6'1 3/4", but it's not quite 6'2". But yeah, my dad is 5'6". It's a fun combo. Look, the One Piece card game is a thing. That's true. But Marvel Snap is a thing, and they're doing like 2 fucking Marvel sets. I can get my Don Andres Blackbeard / Luffy. It's allowed. Lucky Lav, you are not the same size as me. That is incredibly untrue. So my sister is 5'6", and my sister's fiance is 5'6". And my wife is 5'6". There's only 2 heights in our family. You can either be 5'6" or you can be 6'2". That's it. No other heights are allowed. What color would Garp be? Garp is probably mono red or red white. I could see an argument for Mardu Garp. or for Naya Garp. Like I could see a bit of green or black in his color identity. Black for the drive and self-ambition, and green for the sheer focus on power. Red green could be kind of cool actually. Maybe Gruel Garp. I think depending on what like aspect, it's like a lot of magic characters
Wait,
get
I'm
lots
sorry.
of
What the hell color is Gruel?
Gruel is red green.
Real
He's
color? Like
just
it's not
definitely
just a
not
food?
blue. What? You can see anything else, just not blue.
I didn't even realize that our family only had 2 heights.
No, you got to remember. Yeah, I've said it before. Our family is 2 heights. There's only 2 heights allowed.
Wow, I've never thought about it that way.
Yeah, it's the rule.
Okay, I'm trying to poke into the SIM card and I don't have a paper clip, so as you can imagine, it's going well.
Feels wrong with this. I don't know. My brain is fuzzy today.
You went to sleep at 3 a.m.
You're right. I should drink my drug water.
So you're going to be fuzzy today.
Someone's asking if you can read chapter 997 in black and white, because apparently there's a panel that's way better than in color.
How?
I don't know. They said so. Remember when you said Thriller Bark was better in black and white than in color?
True. You know what? I can see that. I pull back my how. Okay. I'm almost there.
Hello, Rinzade. Do you have like a pen graphic pen, the one with the thin tip?
Yeah, I found a thing.
Maybe.
I opened up a thing and made it work.
No. You can't. Luffy is it. Okay, so every magic character can be printed in lots of colors. Luffy, that Luffy's not white. That Luffy's Wooburg. That's a Wooburg Luffy. And Garp is possibly white, just not blue. Just definitely not blue. All right, should we go?
I'm able to do 2 things at once. Because I'm like a rock star. Like a rock superstar.
But white's not about personal justice. Red is about personal justice. White is about greater civilization, which is why white doesn't really work for Luffy. Luffy honestly embodies the positive aspects of Rakdos, red-black, because he's about personal ambition, drive, passion, emotion. I think red-black is the best Luffy colors. Possibly Jund.
Why are you talking about colors?
We're talking about magic because I brought up a magic secret lair. You told me to keep the people entertained. What do you want?
You did a really good job. I'm just confused by all of it. I can't do this.
I have to do that.
Go away. Goodbye. Thanks. That is so your father. Yeah.
Hey, editor, can we have Papa Drawk stay in and Mama Drawk be like, hey, can you entertain the people? And then you just show a close-up of my excited face and then a black screen that says,
no, I got it out.
And then Drawk talked about what color, what Magic the Gathering color One Piece characters wore for 5 minutes.
Yes. No, I got it out, everybody. That wasn't the problem. But when I was putting it back in, when I was putting it back in, it kept sliding out. You know, you have to do the special thing. And then I was finally like, you know what? No, this isn't my work. Go away. I got it out for you. Go away and get it done.
We ready to keep going?
Yeah, I'd love to. You know what? Now I'm going to 961.
We're doing it. We're moving. We're moving.
You know what? 960 wasn't that important anyways. You know what happened in 960? There was a pig.
Wait, are you telling me that the first 2 chapters of the Odin flashback weren't that interesting?
Odin ate some Odin on top of a dead man. Kind of rude, honestly. And then he was like, here's a gift for you. It was kind of a move forward though, because it showed how like it was boiling hot Odin. And then he literally just picked it up with his hands off of the dead person's funeral pyre where they were having a cremation and held it in his hands and drank it. And so there was kind of a little bit of a foreshadowing, if you may, there, that he had like a strange ability to handle heat in a way that other people couldn't. So that part, we got that.
Symbolically, I think there's a ton to that scene with the way things go, but it's all not relevant right away. Almost like it's less interesting than the rest of the flashback, and if someone fell off at that point, it would actually make a lot of sense.
Okay. But on the other hand, did they see how cute the pig was?
Pig was very
did
cute.
they? Did those little bastards see how cute that pig was? Because that pig should have kept them interested.
Those bastards includes me.
You heard me.
Let's keep going.
I said what I said. Also, aren't you a bastard?
Technically true, yeah.
There you go. Okay, let's skip ahead to 961, shall we?
Let's do it. Let's keep rolling.
Oh, dang it, the pig's still there. Maybe we should move forward. The pig is sad too. Like every time they show the one where the pig is sad and it's all like confused and stuff. Wait a minute, I have a favor to ask. Hey, love of my life. Do you want to get my large cup filled with ice and lemonade as repayment? Good luck. In the freezer. He asked me where we keep the ice. Okay. Oh, there we are. I'm the mama pig. Am I happy? Nope, I'm eating people. Well, they did kind of have to cut the pig open if we're going to be honest. Like, it did eat a lot of people.
Well, that's something I really love about Odin immediately, that, like...
I did get the SIM card out, Curdy Dan.
A lot of the story is about how Odin is this necessary force of, like, hey, if I don't think a tradition is cool, I'm not going to be proper just because I'm supposed to be. I'm going to stick to the spirit of real honor. And he learns that there's certain places he needs to be more respectful and take care. But overall, he is, from the get-go, willing to break the tradition of his people when he thinks it's dumb to just do what he thinks is right.
And I love the first scenes just in that I think it was important to do them. We got to see that Odin, what kind of a person Odin was. We got to see how he kind of reminded me of a Scotsman. Okay, hear me out.
Okay.
Just like running around with his swords on his hip in a way too short kimono, showing all his bits and pieces off, you know?
Okay, yeah.
And it reminded me of a Scotsman. Like when you make a joke about a Scotsman, they often draw them with a way, way too short.
Okay.
Happy bits poking out all the time with their legs out like that. And I kind of liked that. I was like, because it was kind of like a little crossover between like an Odyssey with a Scotsman and with a Japanese person. I liked it.
Okay.
All knobbly knees and silly butt jokes.
How tall was Odin? Odin was like fucking 12 feet tall. Odin too big. Odin too large.
Was Odin 12 feet tall?
He's too large.
A Japanese Scotsman. Tell me that wouldn't be the greatest thing. Now remember, you're wearing a kilt and a kimono at the same time.
Do you wanna hear something that makes Odin being 12 feet tall kind of weird?
Yeah.
Zoro uses Enma, and somehow it's a normal size sword for both of them.
Oh. Well, just a minute.
Yeah, we're gonna think about.
Well, I got it.
Yeah. I got it.
I got it. Here we go. Are you ready?
Yeah. Someone's saying sword magic in chat, and I'm compelled to believe them.
I have decided it is sword magic because Enma is the ruler of the underworld of Yomi, who judges souls of the deceased. So I would imagine if you were ruler of an underworld who could judge souls, that you change to the size of the soul.
Okay. Now here's another one I got for you.
What's he got?
Lady Toki's a normal sized person.
Oh shit. Well, Ew.
Anyways, let's move on.
Lady Toki, are you okay? Oh God, I have no words. I'm sorry. That's like, yeah, okay. Moving on.
Moving on. This is
Are
a
you gonna be
start.
okay? Are you
I
gonna be
say
all
this is a
right?
start. We have been going for nearly an hour. We just haven't done anything yet.
We've done a lot of things. Just we've skipped a bunch of chapters.
That's true.
I do think it's worth noting that the beginning of the series, when Odin is getting all of his different people coming under his care, and you've got Kakunojo and Izo, and you have all except for Kanjuro, and Kanjuro can suck it.
What? We don't like Kanjuro for some reason?
Kanjuro can suck it. And by it, I mean dynamite that blows up in Kanjuro's mouth. Kanjuro is like, this is delicious dynamite. And then its head explodes. And that's how I feel about that.
And I'm suddenly not a Kanjuro fan.
Well, it was hard to be a Kanjuro fan to begin with because they made great things like that little dragon, but they made it be so Ghibli goot that that dragon, you lose the right to be called they, he, or she. Your pronouns are taken away when you suck. That's what I've decided. So it goes off and makes that dragon that then died, and it turns out that it could have made good things all along, and they could have lived a good life. And so as far as I'm concerned, there's many deaths on your plate, and that's before I find out that it's a traitor.
Okay.
But Reizo gained some world for me, even though Reizo is one of the weirdest weird things in the entire world.
I feel like Reizo is I have never spoken to someone who Reizo is their favorite red scabbard. Now, cue the chatters to just come in and be like, oh, it's my favorite.
Hey, chatters. Is Reizo anyone's favorite red scabbard? Nah. Griff. Nah. Dusty.
Nope.
Nope.
Okay, never mind. Nah, Reizo's my favorite, says
Nah.
Hawkland.
9. Oh, Haberfax. My favorite. Good for you, Haberfax. Enjoy your interesting friend.
Your interesting ninja.
How old do you think Reizo is? Is it Reizo? How tall do you think that Reizo is?
How tall or how old?
No, I didn't mean to say old. I meant to say tall. I
was looking for a like 8 feet tall and almost entirely head, and it's upsetting to think about.
He's how many talls?
He's like 8 feet tall, even though he's all head.
Wait, stop. He's 8 feet tall?
Yes, he's very big for some reason.
And he's all head? Oh, Reizo.
He's so upsetting to think about.
Oh, that is a very upsetting proportion.
Yes, that is too much head.
Oh, that's way too much head for any one person.
Yeah.
I love Ashura Doji. Ashura
Doji is my favorite. I love how it's meaningful that he had to live through and watch all of his men die and watch the country die. Like, his cynicism is a meaningful part of his character that sticks with him even through helping. And I love that it makes him less gullible than anybody else because he's used to being disappointed. So everyone else is like, Kinemon, you're incredible. What a genius. And Ashura Doji's like, you lucky bitch.
Yeah, that was the right reaction, though, honestly. He was a lucky bitch, and I can't believe how many people were like, oh my god, Kinemon, could you be any smarter? And he's like, are you effing kidding me right now? This is absolute bullshit. I don't like that he was taking the snake's poison out of its tail. A nicer way to do that is to just milk the snake, and if you're that big, just milk the snake. Just milk it. And then the snake also, it's just good resource management too, because then the snake can also make new milk and you can eat that.
I mean, not milk, but yeah.
You know, poison milk.
I
The milk of poison.
Hiku and Ashura Doji are by far my
No,
two
I'm
favorites.
looking at the picture, people. He cuts its tail off and milks its poison into its bowl and takes its blood. All you have to do is milk it out of its strong, strong, venomous teeth.
What are we talking about right now? We're talking about snakes.
The strongest monster in Curry, Ashura Doji, killing snakes. And the head is just sitting down there. Oh, so he sliced off its head. You're right. There's an empty spot. You know what? You don't need to do that. You don't need to do that. Take its venom, sir. That's how I do it when I milk my snakes.
You say about milking your snake?
Somebody covered up the thing, so I guarantee that's head. Because unintentionally, we did say some interesting things.
At some point, we did.
I thought that we got to see the whole story of Odin doing his thing, like taking over, fighting all the people, pulling his people in one at a time. You know me.
Yeah.
I love watching a glow up occur, and I love a little backstory. I love a little, hey, this is what was. This was the longest backstory. You weren't wrong about that.
It was, to this point, the longest flashback in the series.
Really devastating, though, to see some of the flashbacks with the people that you have all this love for, and you find out all the things that they go through. You're like, oh, that was terrible. But it was so worthy and so beautiful. And so I'm wondering, did you eventually like the whole backstory, or did you?
Oh, I love it. The falling off is just because it did, like you said, not a lot happens in these chapters. They are mostly set up, and they didn't feel that engaging. And because flashbacks I wasn't used to being long enough to warrant setup, I guess it just didn't click with me. I love the Odin flashback. I think it's beautiful. I think that so many of the lines are fantastic. The poetry, the symmetry is wonderful. Lady Toki is fascinating. Getting to see Roger and Whitebeard is amazing. Just the first couple chapters didn't hook me. That's literally all it is.
It was just that for me that I felt like as I was watching this, and I like that Odin's underwear said beef tendon, by the way. As I was reading it and moving through, my thinking is that a whole bunch of it just felt like it was stuff that I wouldn't really talk about. Not a lot happened that I would talk about. It's stuff that helps them build their character. Pet the boy. It's stuff that knowing it together is really powerful, but it isn't like chit chatty. And then it gets into some chapters that you're like, oh, effing hell. I want to spend so much more time on this page just eating it alive and trying to figure out what everything means and pulling it apart. That's why I'm excited that we moved to Sundays, because that would give me so much more time. Like I'd have Saturdays to really rip in, and I will have way better analysis then. But like having Edward Newgate show up on the beach there, you know it's got to happen. And you know Wano is connected to the rest of the world, but suddenly having freaking Whitebeard sitting on the beach and his ship is sideways and they've gone through the same difficult thing that everybody else has gone through to get there, and you've got freaking young Phoenix and all the different crew members who are, you're like, you didn't treat the dog yet, I'll have to kill you. It's just it's wild how delightful it is to get to see these people who we got to spend so little time with these people in the manga when they were alive and they were impacting the era that we live in. And so getting to have all this backstory between Roger and Whitebeard, and then finding out somebody else who was taken away from us that we don't even get to see his life. We only get to see it in retrospect or through the love of others. Odin, it was just wild to get to see them hanging out and all the impact that they had, and that Odin was a part of it. I was just like, come on, is everyone dead? So cool. Like Why don't I get to see all these people when they were alive? I would have loved to follow their adventures as well. I know, best of both worlds. We got blah, blah, blah. But I kind of feel a little bit ripped off in the way. Is that a weird feeling? That I kind of ended up feeling a tad ripped off, that I didn't get to be in a part of their world and see them. Did anyone else feel that way when they were reading this? Like, you are so grateful to have your straw hats, but you're like, are you kidding me? I want to be a part of their world. I want to see their adventures.
My loathing of prequels makes me immune to this feeling.
Really, I would have wanted to start somewhere with them and then move into the future.
The more I see what settings are like when you start with the cool stuff, the more appreciation I have as a writer, especially for settings where there are cool things you'll never get to see. Now, I think that I still have an irritation I had as a teen with settings where it's like, everything was way cooler in the past. Look how cool everything was. So I've come to the conclusion that I think like that is the thing about Lord of the Rings that pisses me off thematically the most. The thing that pisses me off about Lord of the Rings thematically so much is that Tolkien had an actual belief that things will get worse and worse and worse and less interesting. So he was part of his lore was everything used to be cooler. That is built in. But I have started to realize that I like settings where there's really cool stuff happening right now, but there's also cool stuff in the past that you get to wonder about and that'll never be fully filled in, because it makes it a more interesting setting to think about and to dwell within while you're reading.
You're done. I think. Lane Cutie and I are on the same page. I wanted to see them on more islands, doing more things together, having their adventures. I wanted to feel like I was one of the crew with them. And I was just like, God damn it. And I understand that feeling. There's this idea. I think the Japanese actually had a word for it, longing for places that you could never go and never be. So I could understand the purpose of doing it, but I was still like, God damn you. I do feel chapped that I don't get to be a part of them. I think that it was cool though that we did get to see how Whitebeard made Odin pay for the idea of getting to be on his ship, and how he looked like an absolutely insane creature when he popped off to where Amatasuki Toki was, which kind of remind me of Amaterasu, like sun goddess, but she has moons all over her robe the first time we meet her, which was really kind of interesting too. And saved her, and he looked like a giant terrifying sea monster because he was so blown up and misshapen from having been in the water. But then really pulled a Luffy. Just really pulled a Luffy. And looked like a normal little thing moments later. And then she's like, what incredible healing. So you're human after all. But it made me wonder too about that thing when they say, when later on we're talking about Joy Boy and Laugh Tail. Oh yeah, we can do that now.
Yeah, so loose dog fur just flew into my fucking mouth.
Good.
We're in hell, boys.
Rod, are you watching?
You said in episode 3.
Was it episode 3?
Episode 3, you said it's not Raftel, it's Laugh something. Laugh Town is what you settled on. Guys, is it a gold star, a diamond star, or a shroom star for having called Laugh Tale Laugh Town from episode 3? People are saying diamond right away. Some people are saying gold. A lot of diamonds. This is so many diamonds, but I'm kind of tempted to say diamond. Like it's not exactly
people are
right.
Like shroom diamond.
It's not. I'm not paying for another animation for shroom diamond. It's not like exactly, but it's so close, and the vibe is so there. Some people are upset with the diamond and are like, "Come on, she didn't even get it right." But like, town is very close.
Yeah, I'm giving me a gold star.
Most people are saying diamond in chat.
Yeah. Like, am I right? And was it in episode 3, which is wild? So we always talk about time. Yeah, But on the other hand, I said Laugh Town.
People are asking how much it would cost. Maybe it is worth getting a Diamond Shroom Star animated. It will, because it's only $150. Like, that's not that bad. Should we?
Should moment? We pay? How many Diamond Shroom Stars am I gonna get?
No, not per. But you might get another one. Who knows?
I don't know. That's pretty expensive for like a gag. Don't get me wrong.
It's you, isn't it?
Like, don't get me wrong. That's amazing, but
I want people to know, the animator is not extorting me. The animator made the first ones for free. I don't feel comfortable using someone's work if I don't pay for it, and I gave him $150. This isn't someone who's like, pay me or else. I only feel comfortable using someone else's work in something I do.
I would say, if we were being honest about it, what it was, I would say it's a Diamond Shroom.
A Diamond Shroom? You know what? A Diamond Shroom it is. We will figure it out.
Yeah, that's a big amount of money to pay for a gag.
No, I think it's a worthwhile amount of money for a gag. We're doing it. Or we could just play both animations at the same time. That is true.
This person says it's a diamond or a shooting star. We do have the shooting star, don't we?
The thing is, this is why we need to make it, because it's kind of all three. This is a shooting diamond shroom star.
It really is. Like, it's
this is
kind
a
of
shooting
wildly...
diamond shroom star.
Yeah, because it happened so long ago.
I'm gonna message them right now.
Dusty Drawker, thank you very much for the subscription. They're like, you know what? I'll lean in. I'll pay for your diamond.
People are subbing to help pay for it. Amazing. I can't animate worth of shit.
Use them for Berserk later.
Oh, we might be able to.
And it'll be for both of us.
I need to buy a diamond
edible
shooting
shroom.
I have messaged someone that we need to buy a diamond shooting shroom star.
Thank you so much, Anonymous, for helping us pay for the diamond shooting shroom star. Just ridiculous. You could have freaking overlaid and you're like, no, commitment.
The pedal goes up and it's a diamond shooting shroom star.
Jesus God, Drawk.
Cricket, you have enough to do, and Santi has done a great job with animations.
Oh my God. This is ridiculous.
Well, congratulations, Mama Drawk, on your first diamond shooting shroom star.
You've got to be joking me. I mean, it is the accurate thing that I have earned.
Yeah, that is.
But it is also ridiculous.
Episode 3, you said this. You've earned the diamond shooting shroom star.
It's gonna be my favorite. It's gonna be my favorite one of all time. I can already tell when I get it and it comes on this screen. I'm gonna scroll ahead just to watch it once this is edited, and be like, there it is, my well-earned diamond shooting shroom star. Here we go.
What episode is this actually? This is like 26, somewhere around there. I don't know. I lost count. I was always like, how do podcasters lose count? It's easy. That's how they lose count. It's really easy to lose count of things.
It's my legacy. Jesus God. We'll get there. Okay.
What do you think Roger was laughing at? People are asking. That's so hard.
I said, we'll get there, you rudies, you little rudies. We're not there yet. We're on chapter 964. We skipped a few, but let's skip some more then.
This is 36, Lav? We can't have done 36 episodes.
That does make sense. We're on chapter 996 or 86 now.
36? It can't be 36. We have? What?
Why do you think that Lav would lie?
That just seems wrong.
Yeah, you can't be like, what the hell, Lav, you liar. How dare you? I have it in my book. If it's in their book, you know it's true. So quit.
Damn, you have it in your book? Okay, if you have it in your book. Here's how podcasters lose track. They don't have Lav.
That's the woman, Captain Karma. Get her. We are with Captain Karma. Why does Captain Karma wear an octopus on its head?
Dressrosa is episode 27. This is 36. Holy shit, yeah.
We already said that. Be quiet and move on. I don't like Captain Karma's octopus head.
Captain Karma?
Captain Karma. Cephaloctopus pirates with Captain Karma with the octopus head.
How do I not remember this at all in the slightest?
How do you not? It's in this manga that you might have heard of called One Piece.
Yeah, I never heard of it.
He's a guy on an island. He's attacking Toki.
Oh, he's one of Whitebeard's friends, buddy pirates. Mama has reacted to Big Sake.
Yeah, I hates him, and I hates his octopus on his head. Well, nope, that's not fair. I love the octopus.
You just hate that he's wearing it on his head.
Somebody did a delete your art? Wild. Good luck.
I mean, yeah, no, that's fair.
The good luck
this
part
pose was good. I've been slow at this drawing though. Like, it's been tough.
It has been tough. Worlds we've never seen. I do wish we got to see even more. I am glad that we got to see some new worlds with Odin, like that. Is it Yari? I loved it. I thought that was really cool. And also really cool is getting to see the really, really neat comparison between Odin and Luffy. The way that every single time we roll up to an island, Odin is like, oh my God, and he's already off and he's running through the bush and playing with things. And then we also got to see later on that Odin's a bit of an ass, that he kind of talks the way Luffy does, because our little Frankie fella was like, I don't like pirates. I was just left here by them. And he laughs. He laughs at it. Bro.
I love that Frankie, when Luffy becomes Pirate King, will be the only person ever to be invited to the crew of both Pirate Kings.
Actually true. Little baby Frankie was so sweet, but so Shanks and Buggy. Is everyone on like some kind of weird Team Buggy wild thing? Does Buggy get less shit?
But no. This is who Buggy is forever. It's just everybody's always loved Buggy. Buggy's bit just appeals less to you than anyone else.
So I am just a person for whom I'm just like, oh, God damn, it's Buggy again. And everyone else is like, Buggy.
Yeah, most people, people aren't trying to bug you. This isn't Pearl. Most people love Buggy.
Yeah, Lucky Lab and I, we're going to high five our way to just snub and bug.
Yeah, no, Buggy is a very popular character.
And Roger, if you shaved Roger's mustache off, tell me that Roger just is an ace.
Yeah, well, that's an interesting thing. Oda started, because he wasn't originally planning on having Roger be Ace's father, he started drawing him more like Ace after Marineford when he decided it.
I was actually thinking when I saw some of these angles, I'm like, yeah, people look different from different angles, but I swear to God, dude looks so much more like Ace now. So I'm glad you are confirming.
Mm-hmm.
It's sad. Like I'm really glad that Odin went with Roger, because it had to happen. And then we get to know, as people who know that Odin gets croaked, that Odin got to go to the end and actually got to see is it Laugh Tale?
Laugh Tale,
Okay.
yes.
Laugh Tale. So it is a story written by our Joy Boy.
A story is an interesting idea.
Well, has to be a story. It's Laugh Tale. It's a funny story. And the story, does the joy come to life in a story? Does the story literally come to life? Okay, we'll see. Let's keep going.
Let me tell you, you are already getting close to theories. You have had this name for 2 days and are getting pretty close to theories that are only becoming popular like right now.
I'm going to write story comes to life, because it's a tale, and it's not going to be the tail end of something, but I'm going to write it in 2 ways anyways. I'm going to write it tail and tail.
Okay.
Because it could be the end. It's both the end of something, which it can be seen as a tale, or it can be the tale, the told. and it's all laughter. And how does the laughter come to life? So I'm going to put that there. Doubler, entendre. All right, here we go. Yeah, I was thinking about that, guys, because remember when I kept talking about sound, like drums and the beating out of the drums that tells everyone to live under the joy, which is the thing that beats the bad guys. Like joy is the thing that conquers all. And then we had the bells from up top in our Skypea.
You know what? That's kind of a cool thing about One Piece you're pointing out, that I feel like it's so common to have like love be the emotion that conquers all. And One Piece, it really feels like it is joy. Like joy is supposed to be the ultimate powerful emotion instead of love. And what I find cool about that is very early on, you talked about, like before Joy Boy was the thing, you talked about how your favorite thing about One Piece was its emphasis on making you feel joy.
Yeah.
Because like that was Skypea, you were mentioning that.
That's because I think that not everyone is lucky enough to have true love or deep love or soul love, but it doesn't mean that everyone can't be a part of joy. Well, and I think that's a lot more fair as a thing that brings meaning.
And frankly, like the way love is usually supposed to be the be all end all, there's a lot of people who, like, it's not the most common thing in the world, but there are people who are aromantic and can still like feel joy and love life.
Yeah.
Or have we done all of Act 3? No, Act 3 is 100-ish chapters.
Yeah.
Act 3 is going to be 3 parts. We are doing the first third of Act 3. This is, yeah.
I did like how much everybody was excited about the falling in love of Toki and our soup boy. And I just thought that it made my heart glad, though, that everybody else found joy in their love. I was like, "Aw, is Luffy asexual?" Well, it's funny. I think that Oda changed his mind on Luffy's sexuality because he made him like all grossly into peeping on women at first, and then claimed it was just because he was going along with the boys, which is weak and pathetic. And then later, he just kind of makes him like not giving any kind of shits about it. And so you kind of wonder if Luffy has so much focus on other things in his life that isn't a thing that has meaning to him, because he finds meaning in people for things very different than how they look or their sexuality or any of that kind of stuff. He's really looking at people for how weird and talented and powerful they are. I think that's it makes him, I don't know if it makes him asexual or just not focused in that direction.
Where does Lady Toki come from? Guys, it's fucking obvious. The sea. She was in there. We saw where she came from.
Oh my god. So she comes from 800 years ago, and she's obviously not dead. When we do the whole Lady Toki being dead thing, no, I don't think so. First of all, they kept saying, and I quote, where are any of the bodies? Where are any of the bones?
Yeah, they highlight they couldn't find any bodies. They weren't like, we
no
only
bodies,
found
no
Lady
bones.
Toki's body and no one else's.
Yeah. So she is not dead. I think at the last moment, after she did all the work with everyone else, she jumped them ahead 20 years. I don't know if she jumped herself ahead 20 years. I think she jumped herself ahead further. And so if she comes from the missing time period, because she comes from 800 years ago, and she said she's looking for a specific person, I'm like, okay, are you looking for a Luffy, or are you looking for the connecting to Luffy? Also, who was born at the same time as Wimpy Hoshi?
Nobody would have been, because Momo was born like 10 years before Shirahoshi.
Yes, but then he would come into the future at that time, because there's a whole thing about who was born at the same time as Wimpy Hoshi, and in the land further away, another person is born. And it made a very big deal of it. And no, because Luffy is older than Wimpy Hoshi.
By a couple of years.
By a couple of years. So at first I was like, could it be Luffy that she's talking about? I don't know. We're gonna have to look at it. We'll get there again, guys. I promise. Because Luffy is now, yeah, he's 19 when she's 16. Yeah, we'll get there. Okay. Um, I I don't know if anyone else knows that Orochi is um um gross.
Yeah, everybody else is really on the fence about Orochi, actually. The rest of the fan base, you're the only one that's come to the bold recognition that he might be gross.
Okay, well then let me just put this out there. He is disgusting. But you know what I liked about him a lot is how quickly he died. Like, it was so interesting that it was just like completely kabuki-esque in that he
Hey.
has this like huge life, and then dude is just like, oh, is this whole thing a problem for you? Well, now he has no head.
Well, I have said I'm willing to bring up fan theories from the time that you're reading, so I want to present to you. People, my immediate thought was, this fucker's not dead because he's got 8 heads.
Yeah, I had that same worry, but he wasn't transformed at the time.
True.
So I was like, does it matter?
If some mythical Zoans can give you powers in your base human form.
Yeah, that's what I wondered, is whether or not he had to be transformed in order for it to be cut off one head, or if because he has 8 heads cutting off, I don't know, because if you hurt Robin, she couldn't just suddenly pump out another head, could she?
Yeah, well, Robin's fruit very specifically transfers all the damage she's dealt from her extended body anyways. The real question would be, if you cut Marco not in Phoenix form, does he regenerate?
Yeah.
Because he has a mythical Zoan.
And that's kind of what I wondered, is like, okay, so do you have to be in your form in order to have access to your other heads? I don't know. He is no Marco. That's a
Either
very
way,
good point.
I love it, and I love the right-hand man energy that King puts out, just offering the sword like, hey, here you go, boss.
I think the other thing that was really cool about that is it was really Raiders of the Lost Ark, where the dude is coming at you with the sword, the samurai sword, and is like making all these special tricks, and the other guy takes out a gun and shoot him.
I mean,
because there was all this hubbub around him. What?
It's actually an Arabic scimitar, not a samurai sword.
I'm so sorry for that. I will repent later.
The sword nerds in chat are losing their fucking minds.
Moving on. Because it reminded me that in the way that it has that kabuki kind of ending, like he ended kabuki. He goes in there and he's fighting, and the whole thing is about him and the fight between the other family, which was a lot like the Satsuma revenge and the fighting of a family 500 years after they were wronged. And you've got all your like, oh my god, how long is this going to go on for? And then kind of was just like, now you have no head. And I was like, oh, there you go. And I did wonder, are we going to see this little bastard again? Does he get another bunch of heads? So there's all these questions too that are brought up, because you have the disgusting old chick with her horns who has Bonchan's fruit. It's kind of sad. Like, you got to feel kind of sad when some people have your fruit before you and they super suck. Because dude who had the barrier fruit is here too. Like, so are the fruits, you know, they're not spawning from here because there's just not that many people who have them here, right?
There's a weird number of fruits on Wano for an isolated country. Kin got his fruit there. The tea kettle has a fruit somehow.
That's true.
The fox has a fruit that turns him into a mythical monk.
Because you just start to wonder whether or not there is a spot where fruits mostly come from. And you wonder if
can I tell you my theory
that the Poneglyphs came from?
Can I tell you my theory that I have for why there are so many devil fruits on Wano for an isolated country?
Yeah.
My theory is because people keep dying while trying to ascend the waterfall, and their devil fruits get reincarnated when they drown on the nearest fruit. So my theory for why there's a pile of fruits in Wano is they don't leave very often, and they end up there when people die trying to get in.
This idea of yours, I like it enough that I'm taking it.
Okay.
That's a good idea.
Cool.
I
Oh,
really
Tom has
love
a fruit
that.
too. Yeah.
You're thinking? Not terrible. Yeah, so then the fruits go there, but then we also know that the fruits have to leave.
Yeah. A few of the
And
fruits have to leave in particular.
which means this biatch in particular had to go.
And was working for Kaido, so it makes sense that Kaido at some point was like, I got pirating to do. Come with me, motherfucker. And then she died, and he was like, oh, rest in pieces.
Yeah. And then the barrier fruit dude too. Yeah, no, I can go for that. Your idea is good and it matches all the thinking and it actually makes everything richer. So it is now the new current theory of full workingness. I do really like that it was
Oh, Kaido
Kozuki.
killed her. I didn't realize. Well, in that case, I don't know.
And Kaido could have had the fruit, and then Kaido could have pawned the fruit or got
Oh,
rid of
that's
the
true. He does a sell shit. Yeah. Okay. A lot
right.
of
So
options.
Kaido has a lot of black market interest. That's why I thought that really works. Because, yeah, that works. For you, Drawk. I like that we blame Kazuki Sukiyaki for being born. And
I
that
mean,
was
if we are going to, do you want to hear my unironic take? Unironic take?
yeah.
Monarchies are fucking shit ass stupid enough that if you're going to celebrate someone and make them important for being born, you might as well punish them for being born too. What's the goddamn difference?
Whatever.
No, I stand by that. If you get to be special and be in charge of a country for being born, yeah, you get to be held responsible for crimes for being born as well. Both of them make as much sense as each other.
I mean, it's not a lie. The whole like I was born from this family, so now I get to rule.
Yeah,
I don't
no,
have
literally,
to be.
when people freak out about the royals, I'm like, yeah, they got born. That's what they're famous for. Me too. Fucking try to be special
They
about
do
it.
have to study and blah 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 to become a and go into training afterwards. But almost any Tom,
They
Dick, or Harry can
should.
do that.
Have to's the wrong word.
And yeah, they ought to.
Ought to. Many do
What they
not.
ought to do is become a philosopher king / queen.
I stand by what I've said. Show me the goddamn lie.
Yeah, whatever. I don't hate it. On the 4th year since Odin left, having him be out in the water, and have Marco. We saw Marco's wings and stuff for the first time there. Marco was beautiful. I'd never seen Marco's wings all colorized before.
It's
And
really pretty.
I'm about to lose my colorized version. I'm actually very sad about it.
I know.
I'm a little bit cry.
So you're going to enter the world we're in, where at first you're going to be able to like look up what they look like in the anime to see their colors, but pretty quickly you're gonna pass the point where it's animated and you're just gonna be like, well, until like when you're caught up, you don't know what colors anything is until they're on a cover.
Whoa. Wow.
There are tattoos people have gotten of characters guessing their colors that are wrong.
No.
Yep.
I would never. Don't get a tattoo of someone whose color you haven't seen confirmed.
Yep.
Oh my god, can you imagine?
Still don't know
Wild.
what color Luffy is, Curdy Dan.
Wow, that's wild. I never thought about it. I loved watching Roger and Whitebeard fight. It was so nostalgic.
And your third sky splitting.
And it was my third sky split, which made me so happy. And you start to think about the level of hockey it takes to have two people with that strong of hockey come together and split the sky in powers. I was like, oh. The clash of the two great pirates of the time, the Roger Pirates versus the Whitebeard Pirates, pitched a battle that lasts for 3 days and 3 nights. And when he goes and they're like, he's describing the way in which it all started 13 years ago when we landed the destination of the final log post, where no one had ever reached before, a place called the Lodestar Island. it's going to be super cool when we get to Lodestar Island. I mean, I am getting sad. I'm at the part in the SBSs where Oda's now saying, like, yeah, no, I am ending soon-ish. Like, know that.
Yeah, but he's so bad at estimating time. Soonish is probably going to mean we have like 6-7 years more still. He said it'll end 5 years from now, like 3.5 years from now. I don't believe it. I don't believe that's happening in the slightest.
Yeah, but keep in mind that if you're claiming that this is like Kabuki, the beginning is super slow.
Yeah.
And then he has different parts where he's setting certain people up. I went back and looked again and I was like, I would agree with both of that. And then the ending is abrupt. It's abrupt. So that's freaking me out now when I start to think about if he's, because at first I was re-looking at Kabuki to go through this and I was just kind of like thinking about how well he did it only in 3 acts. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. I thought that he would have done it in 5, which would have been kind of a little more traditional. It can be done in 3 acts. And then I was like, yeah, you've got the boring lead up part, which is the part that you said was killing your face. And then it goes all the way through and then it ends abruptly. And then I was like, I wonder how this is. And then I started to think about, shit, if he's turned One Piece into that kind of format, then the ending might feel very abrupt. And that would be really hard for fans. But I do like that he started to tell people, because he actually said in there, I put this here so that you all could start to wrap your head around it. That really lets you know that if you imagine you've been writing something for 30 years and you've got people who's almost their whole life they've been reading this, that would actually be a very devastating thing.
Yeah.
Like, I'm going to be crushed and I haven't been reading it piece by piece for 30 years.
I might tear up talking about this. Every episode of One Piece, and remember, I watched it for like up to chapter 700. I was watching instead of reading.
Yeah.
Bad decision, me. L take. We all make mistakes. We all have problems. But every episode ends with a sound and a thing that says to be continued, with a few exceptions that change it, but it's always to be continued in this cheesy ass 1990s graphics that feels so dated now that they're still using. And one day that's going to say the end. And literally just thinking about that font saying the end is making me tear up right now.
Yeah.
Literally that is making me tear up. Just saying that font will say the end one day.
Yeah.
And I'm so sad.
And so really think about how, like, if he does it in a Kabuki way, it might just be so fast at the end.
There's a lot to wrap up, but I will say the arc after this, we're already in a weird place. I don't think this is a spoiler because we're approaching the end and this is to be expected, but it feels weird anyways. In the arc we're currently in, there are still new questions being raised, but there are far more answers than questions.
Ugh.
Far more answers than questions, and I don't think that's ever happened in One Piece before. And like, so many of the answers are answering 5 or 6 questions at the same time. So he's got these very efficient solutions that are tying everything together. This isn't spoiling. This is just talking about, we know it's ending, guys. This is just necessary. But like, it's so weird to have so many things being answered. It's going to end.
Give the boy a treat. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. Like, ugh. And that's why when I read this passage, it all started 13 years ago when we landed in the destination, the final log pose, where no one had ever reached before, a place called Lodestar Island. I started to think like, oh my God, it's going to be so cool when the guys get to Lodestar Island. And then I was like, kind of, because then we're also going to know that we're within a certain distance from the end once they're at Lodestar Island. And I was like, oh my God, no, oh my God. And he said, we all disembarked giddy at what we might find, but we realized that was not the final island. The needles of the log poles went haywire, refusing to point in any new destination, but there is one more island. And only by going there will the unprecedented circumnavigation of the globe be complete. And it's so funny that we say circumnavigation of the globe, because theoretically, couldn't you just go goddamn backwards to it?
I mean, yeah, but
know what I
what's the
mean?
fun in that?
Yeah, exactly. And so it's 4 redstones carved with these letters that points the way to the island. And the only problem is these are the poneglyphs that the world government has long forbidden anyone to read. You thought they were just cultural relics. Think again. They're a map that we need. And notice, oh my God, I'm right. Did you notice that the 4 poneglyphs in this one are made into an X as well? And then the center of them is the X marks the spot?
I mean, that was explained on Zo.
I know, but I'm saying, won't that tell us almost who's going to be there? Anyone who has an X on their chest?
Oh, you're suggesting that the X on the chest is a statement. So you think our good friend Kaido will be there?
You got to wonder if anyone who has an X on the spot will be a person who becomes.
I don't believe it on account of Marshall D. Teach ain't got an X on his chest and he's getting there.
For now.
Okay, actually though, if he comes out of killing Shanks with an eye patch and an X on his chest, that's kind of baller.
I'm just saying.
No. Guys, technically you should only need 3. I'm done with this take. I'm done with this L take. Guys, for once a One Piece streamer has access to a visual diagram to show you why this is an L-ass take. We ready? Are we ready, everybody? I've seen a lot of this. Let's say, oh, we're in dog cam. Fuck. Let's say you got 3 poneglyphs, right? Cool. I only need these 3, right? I figured it out. I only need 3.
No.
Where's the fucking 4th one? Yeah. Okay. So let's say you think the 4th one's right here. So it's going to be right here. So I can assume right here, right? I can know for a fact it'll be right here because of course the 4th one will be evenly spaced. Bitch, it could be here. Oh shit. Well, okay. Well, what if it's right here? What if it's here? It could be. You don't know that. I'm done with this take. I have a visual aid. Finally, a presenter is a visual aid to tell you why this sucks. Sail between all 3. Cool. I've gone a little squiggly.
Because it could be in the center.
I've gone all over. How long does it take to try to go all over this space?
Yeah, it could be anywhere. You can't do it. It's got to be them all. I hope the Blackbeard, I hope a few more people end up with an X on their chest. I think that would be interesting. I would really love it if that's what he did.
3 lines. You think we're doing this? No. Guys, triangulation doesn't work the way you think it does. So triangulation, let's talk about triangulation, right? I'll show you why sailing around inside a triangle looking for one island, there's probably multiple islands in that zone. It doesn't work that easily. So let's talk about this because we want to talk about triangulation. I'm going to show you, right? Triangulation.
I'm running away.
Let's say there's this guy sending out a radio signal. I triangulate by knowing the line to there. Perfect. Now I'm going to move this way and I see what direction the radio signal is coming from. Now I do the math to figure out where it's going. Totally true. Absolutely valid. However, which one's the north one, which one's the south one, which you don't know which corners of the 4-piece X these are. Like you don't know which sides they are. So you can't just be like, yeah, I'm going to know where it will be. You literally tell me which one's which. Which one of these dots is which side of the point? You don't know because it could be the 4th one could be literally anywhere and you wouldn't know. You can't just know where the 4th one's going to be because it doesn't come with the instruction of, yeah, this is the one that goes in the top left corner. This is the one that goes in the bottom right corner. This is the one that goes in the top right corner. They don't come with that part. They just have coordinates, but it has to be between 2 of the dots. Okay. This part is true. Sailing a straight line is very difficult, is one of the issues. You don't have an exact point. In theory, it is, you just have to, you're right. Or are you right? No, you're right. It does have to be one of those. This is the one argument. This is the one argument that works, is you could just sail in a straight line between all 3. Except usually that's very difficult. Staying in a straight line is an issue. There could be an island in the way that stops you from being able to. And Globe's round. Globes are round, so the straight line isn't actually a straight line, so you can't just point it west, so it's actually very hard to navigate it. Nami might be able to. Nami might be able to. What if the islands move? I don't think the islands move, then you can't have like coordinates. Anyways, we can move on. I just look, if you want to sail between these over and over again, trying to stay straight despite the curvature of the globe, where compasses don't work, without compasses, sailing in a perfectly straight line on a curved world, you might be able to. Southbird, you're right, a Southbird would work. You can get a Southbird for a compass. Never mind, take away the compass point. Anyways, we can go back to the regularly scheduled program. I just needed to go off about how it's not just as easy as you need to find 3.
I literally ran away and went and got more lemonade.
Is it good lemonade?
It's real lemonade. You know the brand? So yeah, that's good.
It also might not be a literal coordinate, but I think it is. Seems to be what we've been told. There could be multiple.
We're not, because we're going to get there in a little while. So quit eating up all the time for it.
And Stasi Boy, that was my other point. Is just there could be multiple islands along the point, and you don't know which one's Laugh Tale.
I'm moving on.
Yeah.
So then the idea that he would want Odin makes a lot of sense, because he was kind of making guesses and kind of had an idea of what things were, but didn't know what things were. So the idea that he had to have Odin made sense.
Yeah.
I also loved that our Odin got to be on Roger's crew, that he got to see the very end. It feels appropriate knowing that Odin dies. And that no matter how angry Whitebeard got when they were like, we got all this stuff and we got all this stuff. And he goes, give them back their food, you fools. Don't you dare let Odin's family go hungry. Oh, so sweet. And then they say, Goldie Roger's boat, by the way, is it was a banger.
That's the Oro Jackson built by Tom.
I know it was built by Tom. We did the whole thing, but it is a banger. That's a good looking boat. I love that ship.
Wonder what that
but Roger too was off the charts. I am a lucky fella. And then he gets to spend time, just like we knew, with Momo. And then we find out that Dogstorm and Cat Viper are on here. And that was amazing. Oh, it's so sweet. It's so, the whole everything of it was so sweet, and him loving the babies and spending time with them, and the pissiness. You really get an idea though that they're not that, like, I thought, how old did we say that Red Hair Shanks was? Because isn't he like 9 or 10 on this boat?
He's in his 40s, I think.
Doesn't really make sense, because he's 9 or 10 on this boat, and now Momo is only how old?
Momo's 8.
So you got 8, and Momo is like 2 here, 2 or 3 even.
So he'd be Shanks would be 10 years old. Oh no, is Shanks in his late 30s? Then the math lines up. Oh, Shanks is in his late 30s.
In his late 30s.
I was keep thinking he's in his 40s, but he's in his late 30s. You guys are right.
No.
I'm wrong.
So Shanks is in his 30s. That makes more sense to me now. And how he makes friends with them by putting together a boil. I am Odin and I was born to boil. Love all the foreshadowing in a way that I hate it with my whole heart. And I love watching them go to the places, some of them that he's already been and some of them he's never been, and being so excited about Skypiea and finding the bell and reading the Poneglyphs, and then having Odin put on there, carve a message in. I hereby guide this document to its end. Show it to me, Roger. Show me the final chapter of your grand life-spanning adventure. God. Bastards. Who's that?
Who's what?
I was looking at chapter 967, Roger's Adventure, and they have all these weird people in it that I think are supposed to be members of the crew, done in a different way, and I don't like it. Okay, we're going to see you later, Tom.
Hey guys.
And what?
I just need to apologize. I genuinely somehow never realized the fact that you could just sail in a straight line. It is very hard to sail in a straight line, though, so I don't think it works. But it is easier than I thought it was. Anyways, we can move on.
I'm so sad that when he says, what? You're an orphan? You want me to put in a good word with our captain? A pirate? No way. I was just abandoned by a pirate. You were abandoned? What a laugh. That's literally what he said to Frankie. That's really rude.
It's fantastic. I love that.
Okay, I don't think it's fantastic. We have different ideas of the word fantastic.
It's hilarious. It's so characterizing. I love how unexpected and brash and blunt Odin is.
I love seeing little baby Shirley, age 3, making her little predictions and stuff. And how we see both a red and a regular Poneglyph sitting underneath the sea. But this part was interesting going through all of this again, because there were little pieces that I was like, I don't think we've been there, but I think that should have been near here if they went there first. And just after they go to under the water and they're back in Neptunia, and then they come back up, they go to a couple places, like, I'm like, oh, have we seen that yet? Are we going to go there before we have Toki get injured and have to go back? And then Odin turn his back on his people and run away as quickly as he possibly can, worrying about whether or not he would get back out to sea. And I love how she says that she would leave him if he didn't go back out. So there was a lot of goodness on it. I didn't understand. Red Hair Shank saying that if we're going to go there, we'll take our own ship someday, and leaving with Buggy, because it was very strange that they had that friendship and hatred all together. There's something about it, though. But here we go. And on that day, we learned the entire truth of the world. What the 100-year void is, which implies, if you say what the 100-year void is, to me implies that it is a thing. I started to wonder if the 100-year...
A specific event caused it. It's not just like... That's kind of how I read it too. Like, there's a thing that caused this. It's not just like there's 100 years missing.
Yes, but also it feels like it could be a thing, like the way that we have the little bitch who turns people into toys, Sugar, and she would be a thing. What the 100-year void is, if we had what the missing void is, what the missing people void is, it would be Sugar. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And so I was like, so it is a singular event or person, God, thing that is stopping it, or object, but it is a singular thing, whatever it is. So they thought I had in here object,
people are asking if this is a prediction.
I put down object, person, or event, but I'm for sure going to put down that I think the void, the 100-year void, is a singular thing. It's either, right now I'm on singular event, person, or object that's keeping those years hidden, eaten, destroyed. I started to think about it as a way of creating, is there a Kaido? I wonder if you have something that's kind of attached to it, and like if you can die in a certain way, the years can be brought back, and blah blah blah. But there's something in here that feels like there is a way to unvoid the 100 years, and that it is going to unvoid them for everybody. That it is a decision to make, because you can bring back the memory of the world.
How would one bring back a memory? Because it's not like with Sugar's Fruit where all of a sudden you'd be able to remember. Because like these people weren't there. They wouldn't have a memory to bring back. So in what way would that happen?
No, it wouldn't, but it's almost like it would be re-put into the history books. Like the knowledge would just exist because it had existed before, and that any place that it was taken out of, it would just exist again. I don't know. So I started to think, like, are we going to do it through a news coos way, and it's going to be a slow thing and you're going to have to convince people that it exists, or is it a thing that's just going to be known to everyone? And then there'll be people who have evidence of that existence. So I'm still playing with that bit, but now I'm like, okay, it is a thing. What the 100-year void is, so it's a thing. What the people of the DR, they don't say who the people of the D are, they say what, which makes it feel more like, what are you? Can you be a god, a demon? Do you have special powers? And Roger, yeah, I know Roger is a D as well. So what seems like very specific language? Do you know what I mean?
I get
Why
you.
wouldn't you
It's
say,
always difficult
why
because,
wouldn't
like,
you say who the people of the D are?
well, it's very difficult because, like, those sorts of words, article, pronoun, what is what? Is that just a noun? Fucking, I think it's a pronoun. But those sorts of things translate more weirdly than a lot of things pronoun. Okay. The pronouns translate a lot weirder than a lot of types of words in translation. So it's always one of those things that it's tough to know if you're really getting the right information to work from.
Yeah, I had that thought. And so I asked, how does what
Interrogative
translate
pronoun.
in Japanese? And it's translated as nanny, and then depending on the context, it could be like, what are you doing? What is it? If it's used before certain words, like nan, it changes the pronunciation to how many or what time, but it is never who.
Hmm.
It is never even remotely who. It's used in nanny is used in almost the exact same way that what is used in
Interesting.
English. It stays very true to its translation. So it feels like you would have said who if you meant to, because there is one that says who very clearly as well. And so I started to think about what the people of the DR being something, and then it also says what the ancient weapons are. So it feels like Wano being open to the world is also connected to the 800, to the missing 100 years, because we know that Toki's parents were from Wano, right?
Yes.
So Toki's parents were from Wano. I think that there is something to do with the missing void century and Wano. Because
Okay.
it says it like this: we learned the entire truth of the world. And so when we say entire, that also made me think of the world as being one unified thing that they chose, because I went into entire and I went into some of the different translations of the word entire and the way that they translated this panel. And every one of them, they translated it to entire truth of the world, which made me think about it being entire feels more like a unified world or connected oceans, and that idea of the great blue. And then
All blue, but yeah.
all blue. And then it made me think of also connections of all the different people. And then what the ancient weapons are was made sense, because I thought about how they're a connection of both people and things. And then right after they say what the ancient weapons are, they say, in the past, Wano was open to the world. And in the face of that vast treasure, and they just stuffed, in the past, Wano was open to the world. Really bizarrely placed in between what the 100-year void is, what the people of the DR, what the ancient weapons are. In the past, Wano was open to the world. And in the face of that vast treasure, like, it's literally just boop, snugged in there for no reason, which made me go like, okay, well, that's a reason. So if you've layered it in between there, you're saying that there is a connection between the missing time and Wano being closed, and that when the world was open and the entire truth of the world was known by all, the curtains of Wano were open. So there's a connection between the closed offness of information and Wano being closed to the world.
Interesting.
And I like how he says, And in the face of the vast treasure, I looked vast up in different ways to see if it has any different meanings and could find none. So I was interested that they chose vast treasure. So the vast could be both a huge amount of time, a huge amount of space or items. And then they say, which was very real indeed, just to reiterate that one day we will have a real treasure. Roger just laughed. And so did we all. We laughed and tears sprang from our eyes. Oh, joy boy, I wish I'd been born in your time. This is quite a treasure that you've left behind. A tale full of laughs. Say, that gives me an idea. We're the first people to reach this final island in 800 years. Why don't we give it a name? Why don't we call it Laugh Tale? So,
you were also, you need a gold star here because you figured something out that I felt like I hadn't seen other people figure out before, which is that Laugh Tale was named by Roger because he was the only one who'd been there. You're the only person I've seen read through the series who's clicked with that and been like, oh yeah, whatever the name is, it's going to be a name Roger chose.
Yeah, it would have to be. He's the only dude who'd been there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so now, how do I get gold stop?
Yeah, whereas me and everybody else who's read it that I've seen kind of went in with the assumption of like, there was a fucking sign hanging up when he got there and he was like, guess it's called Raftel.
I love the way that you say that. Dusty's like, that is a diamond star.
That's not a diamond star. We can't devalue the diamond stars by throwing them out all over the place. No. The diamond shooting shroom star was for Laugh
something
Town.
like making everyone have big boobs and devaluing the? Is that like devaluing the boob market?
This is exactly like devaluing the boob market.
All right, I got that.
Thank you, Wolf of Sound.
When did I predict?
I don't remember, but it was a time that I challenged you on why you were calling it Laugh Town when we'd only seen it be called Raftel. And when we got into it, you were talking about how it was what Roger named it because he was the only person who'd been there. And I was like, oh, you think he named it? We made it a prediction.
Hey, I think that was a long time ago.
Yeah, it was in that... not nearly as long as the Laugh Town.
Yeah, but it just makes sense. Laugh Town, one of the reasons that I decided it was going to be like Laugh Town is because if we had another place that started with an R that we pronounced with an L, and that's common in Japanese, well then obviously that one would be too, in my feeling. I hadn't moved forward enough. And then it's not boob piece time. Come on, Curry Dan. And then the other one was it just made sense to me that when Roger got there, if he'd been the only one to be there in 800 years, that he would be the one who would name it, because if nobody else had been using it or doing it. And it seems like we have no mention, and I searched and searched, of there being any missing people on there. Part of me really thought that there would be people still on Laugh Tale. That I almost called it Laugh Town again because that's what I always have thought about it in my brain. I'd always had this kind of feeling that they would get there and that there would be some infrastructure and people. And
figuring out that it's like a weird abandoned island, it seems like.
Yeah. Where Joy Boy left his tail, where there's sound. How does it carry on? Is the language the same? Is it changed? How are you able to understand the tale? What creates the laughter? What unites humanity? If you find out the entire secrets of the D and the world, and you laugh, that you're filled with joy, well, that feels really weird. Are they monkeys? What are they? Because I started to think about Monkey D. Luffy, and I was like, what would be hilarious? Well, if the D's stood for, I mean, they had to be some kind of divinity, and you could see why the government wanted to know that. But what makes people laugh to the point that you find out secrets that have been hidden from you from the goddamn government, and instead of just feeling like you've been ripped off and hurt and the truth has been kept from humanity, you start laughing? Come on now. Yeah, exactly. Red Potato's right. The D stands for dick. Period. Done.
Of course, you figured it out. Oda pops out
Feels-
of the closet and says,
it
"So
feels
you
like-
figured it out."
Ah, the whole thing was a penis all along. And then when you think about like
there's the G.
when you think about how very, very overwhelming that should be, and instead they all laugh their ass off to the point that they name this place Laugh Tale. That feels very weird. Then you flip the page and little baby red hair Shanks is crying and crying. He asked him something. So when Roger returned from Laugh Tale, Retaro came to him and he asked him something only to shed tears afterwards. The birth of the Pirate King caused a stir around the world, promoting the Marines to leap into drastic action. The world at large referred to everything that Roger gained as the One Piece. So they referred to everything that he gained out of this as the One Piece, which means the world referred to everything that Roger gained. Well, what did Roger gain? He gained the knowledge of
wealth,
missing
fame,
100
power.
years. Yeah, but he gained the knowledge of the missing 100 years and what the D means, and the knowledge of Joy Boy, because otherwise they're just claiming that everything that Roger gained was power, right?
I mean, what this implies to me that's crazy is that not only did Big News Morgans come up with the name Pirate King, he also came up with the name One Piece.
Exactly. And so they're claiming that the wealth, fame, and power are the One Piece then. If we were just going to do that, that's all it is. The world at large referred to everything that Roger gained as the One Piece. And the only thing that the world at large knows that Roger gained is wealth, fame, and power. So is wealth, fame, and power of being the Pirate King the One Piece? Because this whole time, we've claimed that the One Piece was going to be the things that were taking place at Laugh Tale. And now we're under the impression that the world at large referred to everything that he gained as the One Piece, which means if that's how you just read it, the One Piece is power, fame, and that's it. Do you see what I'm saying?
I do.
The world at large referred to everything that Roger gained as the One Piece. And so what does the world at large know that Roger gained? They only know that he gained fame, power, and apparently money. And so I think
unless there's something they knew at the time that we didn't, or he referred to finding something. Like, what if he said he found the greatest treasure ever publicly, and that's a thing that we don't know? Like, he found the most
I said that, money. Yeah. So they would have money or treasure. So honestly, the world at large might have referred to it as the One Piece, but the world at large, I'm hoping, doesn't know what the One Piece is.
Yeah, well, I think they definitely don't, because they were going to be told by Rayleigh, and Luffy was like, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to tell you here, that they told us what the One Piece, theoretically, they told us what it is right here.
But it can't be. So I think you're right that it's like Roger told everybody, I found the greatest treasure ever. Morgans named it the One Piece when he declared him king of the pirates.
And that's what I've decided to translate it as, because otherwise we all just read past this part. The world at large referred to everything that Roger gained as the One Piece. Now, do they know that Roger gained knowledge? Do they know that Roger knows what the D is?
Probably not.
I don't know. I don't think so either. So even though it's called the One Piece, it was called the One Piece after something that was wrong. I know you get it, Rothy. Doesn't mean everyone gets it. So I think that it's a very interesting thing. I will come back to this panel one day and kind of compare them, because I was like, that would be an anticlimactic, sneaky thing to do, and I can't imagine Oda ever doing it. So I think that they've named it the One Piece, and maybe Roger went along with it. But what they don't understand is he gained something else entirely off of that island, and it's a combination of things. I think it'll be a combination of things that create the One Piece.
Interesting.
And it's going to be a funny thing, apparently. And they have no idea, but because of that fame, they all came after you now, Roger. So it says the man who achieved wealth, fame, and power, which is what he has, the Pirate King, Gold Roger. Hey, that's Gold D Roger. But I gotta say, Pirate King has a nice ring to it. Well, at this point, I can understand why the world government would want to hide your name. So the D is big enough that they understand why the government wants to hide it. That makes sense. And it would also be, thank you very much, Nick. It would also be anti-government and probably anti-dragons. Probably the dragons.
You know, it makes sense that if it made him laugh, they called it the One Piece. Because One Piece is very funny.
It is very funny. And they have no idea.
Accurate.
But because of that fame, I'll be the one to take out Roger. I'll find Roger, steal his treasure. They said Gold Roger got everything in his hoard. Looking back on it now, it's all been miraculous. See how far we came once I already knew I was going to die and had nothing but gratitude for you all. Whoa, what's with all these gushing feelings out of nowhere, Captain? You can't do that to us. You're making us blush, you rascal. You rascal. All right, here it goes. We're ready. Lay it on us. I am hereby disbanding Roger's Pirates. Did anyone else cry at that? Because when I read that, I was laughing at something that they said up a little further, and then I was like, oh, and just started crying. I wasn't prepared for that. The next panel can't be disbanding the Rogers Pirates. Crushed. Absolutely crushed. And then it goes down to the next panels. The birthing is at his hands. Our sovereign will soon be born. Our sovereign will soon be born? That felt Luffy to me.
Okay.
So because I think that Luffy is the Sun King, it made sense.
God, you've said, but you know, you can change it. Why not?
I know I haven't ever told anyone before, so I'm just going to tell you now. I think that Luffy is the Sun King.
You
so
keep saying Sun King. You've said Sun God in the past. I don't know when it changed to King.
So I think that Luffy will be Sun God, and because I think Luffy will be Sun God, it made sense to me that they said our sovereign would still be soon be born, even though
it's because they said sovereign. That's why you switched today.
Yeah, sorry, that's all. And then, but then they said our sovereign will soon be born, and I was like, that also could just be the princess. So obviously that's an easy can be the princess, and the princess is also one of the weapons, and so for me, meh, it could just be that as well. And another in a distant sea. So I was like, okay, if these are the Neptunians talking, then the sovereign would be our princess, and then the another in a distant sea would be Luffy. But they're making it seem like
I think it doesn't have to be like back to back, because they're saying both of these are going to happen soon.
And this is kind of what I decided. So I decided that Luffy is born in a distant sea, and then their sovereign is born in Neptunia. The whales are delighted in anticipation. The whales?
Laboon loves monarchies. He's actually got terrible political views.
Yeah. Oh, you were inside, Overseer, you were inside of the commercials. I said the sovereign is most likely Shirahoshi, Wimpy Hoshi. And then the other in a distant sea is Luffy Lufferton from Looftopia. The whales being delighted has me going on a whales deep dive. Get what I just said there. And I'll be getting into that a little bit later. Not now. And then on the day the two sovereigns shall meet again. We've been waiting for so long. It is almost here, and surely it will go well this time. So that makes me think that there was some kind of break for that 800 years, for the missing 100 years, is when it obviously went bad last time.
Things didn't work out right.
during that missing 100 years. Just 10 until the birth and another 15 to grow.
Why is there a whale on Zoe, somebody says? Because they have a sense of style in their architecture.
No.
They just grew
Why
a
are the
tree that
whales
way for
related?
fun.
You anger me. The last time I asked you about the whale on Zoe, that's what you said too. That's
Did
why I
I?
have a note on. Yeah. I have a note on my computer that says, Drawk is a djinn. Why is there a whale on Zoe?
Look, I don't know why there's a whale on Zoe.
I will literally show it to you. And so there's some cool connection that goes there that I've got to find. Because why are the whales delighted? What is going to go on with whales? Yes, you are right, not Haberfox, Dio. Whales are sus.
Whales aren't sus. Whales are great.
I did see the egg on the Oro Jackson. You guys have mentioned it twice, so I'll do a little more
They've
digging.
mentioned it a lot. Here's the thing. I'm just going to spoil this one. This is a spoiler. Nobody knows what that fucking egg is for. We're all obsessed with it. We all keep cracking our fucking skulls into a wall trying to figure out that egg. Everyone wants to know what that egg does. We all want to know about the egg. I'm not going to often tell you when we don't know. I'm trying to get better at that. But don't start thinking about the egg thinking that we all know. The reason we're asking is because we're all obsessed.
Oh, okay. I'm going to put a little note to myself. Obsess over egg.
Yeah, all of us have been trying to figure out the egg for years.
Wow.
Because I just don't want you getting we're glad you like Bonnie obsession based off of chat. Their obsession is purely because the fan base has been trying to figure out this egg forever.
All right. I don't like this. So is it a mythical creature that's in there that'll be born someday?
Great question.
To the time period. Did he had the egg before he went to the end, right?
Yep.
So before he got there, it could be
Egg to go with mushroom omelet. So true.
all
I'm glad
egg.
Mama likes egg.
Ah.
Important to make ourselves laugh.
Wow, that's upsetting. What have you done, Oda? What have you done?
I just don't want you thinking that this is people trying to lead you because they all know something. Truly, nobody knows anything about egg.
Damn it. All right. So then they get upset. Who the hell's talking out there? Here's Charlie. When is this mermaid princess going to be born? I'm certain that voice was speaking some truth. Someone will be born and eventually surpass us. So the connection between the princess and Luffy and other people altogether. See, we're just too early. The One Piece, they call it. I wonder who will find it. So it's interesting because he's wrong. Oda did a little thing in here, and he's not honestly usually that openly wrong, because the people aren't calling the thing they found at the end. They're just calling his fame, fortune, and whatever the One Piece. But then they see, we're just a bit too early. The One Piece, they call it. I wonder who will find it.
That makes me feel like he had to say, I found the greatest treasure ever on Laugh Tale, and then everybody else had to go, we're calling it the One Piece.
And that was a kind of a question that I have too, something like that. So it is a significant one thing.
One thing.
And then he says, that'll be my son, of course. You don't have one, but I will. You just wait. And it isn't your son. PPSS.
Yeah, your son ain't finding shit.
Your son did the not living.
Your family line is extinct, my guy. I'm sorry.
I started to wonder whether or not there was going to be a whole other son and it was going to come out from the woodwork, like Law.
We know Trafalgar Law's parents, though. They're dead.
I know they're dead, but I started to wonder. I just started to wonder.
You really want Law to be directly related. You keep looking at him and being like, you should be related to one of these boys.
He could be.
He could, but also some people just have black hair.
I know. I know. Roger said something to his oldest confidant, Rayleigh, the man they called the Dark King, and then he stepped off the ship. He had a whole bundle of medicine from the ship doctors. His disease was in the final stage. But this was a man's farewell, and we were utterly stoic. Not a tear was shed as they all blub all over the edge.
I love the lie.
For the crew of the Pirate King, and he walks away doing the arm in the air thing, just like Luffy Luferton, the Straw Hats, and Vivi did, and just like Dude from Breakfast Club, would never cry.
Wait, shit. We gotta go back for a second.
What?
We know that Ace can't secretly be part of Law's family because we've seen Law's family and there's not enough room. Okay, we can.
Did you make us go backwards for that?
Yeah. Chat hates it. I'm happy.
For 10. Perfect.
The reviews are getting better over time.
7 out of 10. Wah, wah.
Adam Bellamy, gotcha, fam. I'm gonna do something fun.
Oh, God. And then when Odin says, it's not as though I'm dying, so of course we parted with a smile. We all knew that we'd meet again one day. And they all cry for that as well. When he came back and his whole country was psychedelic, and then he ended up having to naked dance every day and or once a week and beg for money in order to keep his people from being killed. I was just like so grateful that he had the adventures with two of the greatest pirates of all time, because this was dark. His death was dark as ass.
We're like 2 hours in and we're just getting back to Wano in the flashback. That's crazy, but also everything that happens back in Wano is so fucked.
It is, yeah. Well, this part goes fast up until we get where our kids are out on the land and we're fighting again, because literally chapter after chapter is just Lord Odin trying to hold things together, dance naked, Orochi the bitch driving around being a dick. It's just chapter after chapter of bullshit. And then we get our swords people together and we're like, their foe was Kaido. They paid heed to no others. The story of their march is a thing of the past and it ends in the public execution of Kozuka Odin. And you're like, this is dark AF. And you think this is the darkest it's going to get, because it makes sense. It's the darkest it's going to get. And then when he gets there and he goes, oh, this was all a lie, wasn't it? And they capture him, although they fought their ass off. Like, the fighting was a beautiful little war, and I was here for it, and I loved the fighting.
They did their best.
You know what they did?
Yeah.
Their best. And it was quite an incredible thing. And we got to see Shinobu in her ultimate form. She looks amazing. She fights like a demon. And then when they stole them all up, and I did love seeing where Kaido got his X on his chest, because yeah, you deserve it. It's just too bad your whole head didn't come off.
It's too bad he more or less survived.
More or less survived entirely. But when they do the execution, I was like, this has got as sad as it can possibly get. We go back and we have to see Momosuke and Lady Hirori talking about their father being killed. And then we get into the public execution. We watch that guy accidentally fall in and burn up immediately. So we're like, God damn, it's oil. They're being fried. They're being deep fried. Oh, if you can stand in there from 1 hour. And I was like, we're not doing this. You cannot be serious. There is no way in hell that the way that we are going to end this is with this man standing in boiling hot oil for an hour holding his friends on a platform. And then one of them is like, I'm getting very hot up here. And they're like, shut up. Where is it? I feel as though the heat alone is going to roast me alive. Stop whining. Razor, I'll give you something to complain about. All we got to do is stand here. Don't move, Cat. The shifting will weigh him below. And watching this man endure this was one of the most horrific things we've seen. And that is really saying something in this freaking manga, because
it is wild for how upbeat and joyful this series is.
Yes.
How uniquely horrifying it can be at times.
How the hell does... What kind of a sick imagination says to themselves, oh, I know a way to really make this effective and like super, super make people disturbed by this. We'll just boil them in oil for an hour. And then he's like actually going to make it, and it's incredible. And we go through how hellacious it was. And then Shinobu is begging for his safety, and he's like, quit pretending you know me. And you're like, I can't believe he's actually going to make it. And then he does. He makes it. And he throws his friends out. Yay! That's amazing. He throws his friends out. He lived. I changed my mind. I altered the sentence to death by firing squad 1 minute ago, and the entire clan gets put to death.
Yay! This one's a little less good. This part's a little less yay.
And then he just takes a freaking gun, pulls it out, and shoots him in the head, right between his eyes. That was like... I felt like... And then goes right back to showing Momo and his sister laying there and finding out over 20 years to this part. Toki, I have reached my limit. If I fail to defeat him, there will be no others who can stop Kaido for a long time. Over 20 years ahead of us, there will likely be a massive war. And why does he know 20 years ahead of us that there will be a massive war?
What a great question.
Yeah, because he knows when these people are going to be born. And he knows when things are going to happen because of what took place in Laugh Tale. I so want to call it Laugh Town every time.
But now you know the name.
Yeah, I know, but I've been calling it Laugh Town for so long because that just made sense. So he knows there's going to be a war. So there will likely be a massive war, terrible enough to split the sea themselves.
Yeah, I think this person's right. There's some prophecy shenanigans going on for sure.
Yeah, we've got massive prophecy shenanigans going on. Split the seas.
Which makes me have a question. Do you think this prophecy shenanigans is connected to the prophecy shenanigans you would think Kaido is involved in?
I do.
Interesting.
It's connected to this one. It's connected to Wimpy Hoshi. It's connected to our sun god who's about to god up soon. Like, there's no way. If Luffy doesn't god by the end of this one to attack Kaido, because there's no way. I'm sorry. Like, how is Kaido going to die? There has to be some sun god shenanigans. This is time for Gear God.
The only way that could not be the case is if Luffy was not the sun god, right?
No, that is not true. He might save it for another thing, but I would hope that this would be his godding up time, in my opinion. It should be, because you've got Big Mom and Kaido together. We see the situation that's there. Things are going to get a little bit crazy by the end of being out on that island in the house of Kaido, the house that Kaido built. And so we better get a Gear God going on, is what better be happening here. I better be watching him go into a haki and devil fruit moment and becoming Gear God. If that shit doesn't happen in the end of this, I'll be sad. So anyways,
we will have to wait and see.
Over 20 years ahead of us, there's going to be a massive war, terrible enough to split the seas themselves. So the sea splitting thing is a thing that I'm going to spend some time on. The prophecy that's going on in here is wild. So you got to wonder if she's going to put herself just ahead of that 20 years to be in the midst of it. And then, in other words, in another 20 years, the primary figures of this great war will muscle their way into the new world. What the shit?
So whoever is going to be involved in the war wasn't in the new world until this year.
Exactly.
And let's do a list of people who weren't in the new world until this year. Buggy
Yes.
D Clown, Monkey D Luffy,
Yes.
Marshall D
Yes.
Teach,
Yes.
Trafalgar D Waterlaw, the rest of the worst generation, honestly, but I'm listening D Clan at first.
Mostly
There is
all,
a whole pile of D Clan who
all
were
of the
not in the
D.
new, and obviously Buggy's not actually a D, but saying Buggy D Clown is funny.
Yeah, well, you know,
If it turns out that his name is Buggy D Clown, I'm gonna be thrilled.
I'll piss myself laughing.
If that meme is real, I'll be so happy.
It's gonna be the real problem coming up in here.
You're right.
In the
Teach
next
came in
little
2
while.
years ago, but he is just reaching. He did just reach here, and actually, he was with Whitebeard. Never mind. Take Teach off the list. He was with Whitebeard.
So this is gonna be some wild ass times. In other words, in another 20 years, the primary figures of this great war will muscle their way into the new world. They are the ones
Mostly
who can
Luffy, yeah.
strike. They are the ones who can strike down Kaido. A long winter will settle over Wano. I want you to use your power, Toki, if I should die. And then we don't get to see the rest because she rips the shit out of them. And then the story hurtles towards the present day. Look ahead, Odin, to 20 years in the future.
Hey, everybody, and I mean everybody, gives Momo a lot of flack when they first meet him. Can we go over the fact that when we first met Momo, this happened a month ago? And at this point in the story, it happened 2 months ago.
Yeah, and then on top of that, and I was thinking about this because I don't know if you remember, but I wasn't always great to Momo.
Oh, yeah.
When we very first meet Momo, he also has crawled onto a boat because he saw children being stolen.
Yep.
And he wanted to help them.
After this happened to him, like a week later, Momo got kidnapped from trying to save children who were being kidnapped.
It's kind of wild. I kind of felt really bad when I realized that. I was like, oh, shit.
He did his best out there.
He was really in a not good position when we first met him. I feel really bad. He did suck and he was annoying.
Yep.
And
Momo's character growth is so huge for me.
Yeah. And him getting held by Kaido out over a cliff. That is Odin's son. Let him perish in the flames of the castle. Everyone come to me. I have something to tell you. To the future! Don't let the samurai escape the castle. Block all the exits. And no bones are found, which says Lady Toki is in the future.
She's as future as they get.
There's no way she didn't future up and she isn't going to try and help people. Maybe at 21 years, maybe at 22 years, but that baby is going to see Komirasaki and Momo again.
We haven't talked about New Odin at all. We'll get to there after the plugs.
We'll get there when we get there. Okay.
Oh, Toki's body was found? I thought they said no bones.
They said no bones. Interesting. I'll have to go back and look because I thought they said
no bones about it. Either way, I feel like you don't include time travel lady and get rid of her that easy. I think she's still alive.
I think she's still alive as well.
I'm on team she's alive.
Right. I need you to take a pause because I'm going to make a very normal plug, okay?
People survive getting shot all the time. It's One Piece. I think she's alive.
Did you hear me? Did you hear me?
Yeah.
Very normal. Hey there! Hi there, ho there, people out in YouTube land. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Sitting here watching us talk about One Piece. I hope everything about this has been the best moment of your day so far and that you go on filled with magic, joy, and happiness. Let me just tell you, if you enjoyed this in any way, shape, or form, press the like button and the subscribe button because it's weird when you don't. Because you like and subscribe. And if you didn't like it, go away.
Wow.
It's not for you. You shouldn't be here right now. It's not your cup of tea. Go make a cup of coffee. Do something else. There's mountains to climb. There's
I
seas to swim.
respect this.
And if you did like it, perhaps put a thing in the comment. I'm going to think of a new thing today. It's going to be very hinged. And that thing is... No, I can't say that.
Okay.
And editors, take out the time space and make it just happen. And
Editors,
that
keep
thing
that
is...
one in. That one was funny. Editors, don't take that out.
And that thing is... Hey, there.
Hey,
Oh, there. Hi there.
ahoy.
Thing for today. The thing I was going to say was so weird.
Yeah?
The next thing I want to tell you is that Drawk and I have decided that if we have 100,000 subscribers, and I know what you're saying, they don't have 100,000 subscribers. Yeah, no, that's on you. That's you. That's literally your job. Get us to 100,000 subscribers, and we're going to get a matching tattoo about One Piece at 50,000 subscribers. Drawk is going to reveal that all this time he's actually been Marco the Phoenix, and he's going to spread his wings and fly. And if you want to send us letters or anything, you're going to send them to this address that's on the screen right there. Right, you see it? That's it. It's right there. Thank you, editing people.
Hey, I
Look
just
how
want to
good
take
it
a second. I just want to take a second for my important plug to tell you that this stream is not sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends. That's all.
Hell was that about? Okay, second stream thing for the normal people. Hi there, YouTube people. Like and subscribe if you like it. Subscribe if you like it. If you don't like it, I'm serious. Go away. It's really weird to watch shit you don't like. Okay. Ciao!
Someone said not yet, at least. I have a plan for if Raid reaches out and it's not going to happen. Guys, hear me out on something. Hear me out on something. This is just a brief detour. Am I allowed a brief detour?
You know what? Pop off.
If Raid reaches out, I don't want to have Raid be a sponsor because I find it boring, but I would love for Raid to pay me like 10 times as much as they offer for a sponsorship to do a stream with Mama and I about Raid, but it's a stream where we'd interview someone, and we would need Raid to find someone who genuinely loves their game and makes YouTube content about it to interview. And if they are able to do that, we will do a stream about Raid. And here's why this is so important. You can tell people don't actually like Raid because you never see, I'm not joking, you never see lewd art on Twitter of Raid characters, right? Nobody does. I talk to people who are in that crowd. They'd have never seen it. Not in their life. Not once. Anything people actually care about has NSFW artwork. There's no lewd artwork of Raid, meaning I don't think there are people who actually care about it. So I am going to do pinup artwork of a Raid lady if Raid is able to find me a person to talk to, just to fill this void in the world.
Oh my god.
It's not going to be NSFW because we're on Twitch, but I will draw like pinup of a Raid character while talking to a real fan of Raid if they can figure it out.
That is a wild thing I just heard out loud in this world.
I think it's funny.
My god.
I think everything I just said is hilarious.
All right. I agree. Back on the track. I want to put out there that I don't know what Raid is.
That's because you don't watch enough YouTube to know about Raid, Shadow Legends, the whatever mobile
Hear you.
game,
I watch
whatever.
a lot of YouTube. You know what happened to me? Can I just take a left for a minute?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. I watched this dude. He's English, and I might have talked about him before. He does he camps. That's what he does. And he's a very nice boy. And he's called Kent Survival. And his name isn't Kent. His name is Andy. He lives in Kent.
Is Kent in
area.
England?
Yes. And
I
he's a
mean,
very
I'm sure
kind...
he survives elsewhere, but that feels like an easy place to survive.
England? Well, it's wild because every time he camps, He has food in his campground, and then he puts it inside his tent with him.
Yeah,
and
that's what I'm saying. It's very
I'm
easy
just
to
like,
survive in England. You don't have
that's
fucking
what
animals.
that's what I'm saying. I'm like, nothing big is gonna come and eat him. That's crazy. Can you imagine camping in British Columbia and putting food in your tent? You'd be dead. You'd be
You
so
die.
eaten.
The largest terrestrial predator in England is a badger.
Yes. So yeah, he's taken a bunch of night shots of badgers on his trail
That
cam.
makes sense. Badger. It's
Anyway,
not like badgers couldn't harm a person. It's just like, come on.
they're
Come
a
on.
lot bigger than I thought. Here's the point.
Yeah, they're
The
not
point
tiny.
is I watch this person and I really enjoy his content, and everybody who watches him always talks about how he is anti-anxiety. Tons of people who watch him have anxiety, and in the comments you'll see, I and now that I'm watching you, I always feel so much better. That's the accent every time. You don't know it, but it is. And so I think he's great. He's a very refreshing, kind, lovely man. And yet, because I watch him, now I'm getting every freaking Shift X survivor and like content of dudes who are saying terrible things about women. So my algorithm has just gone to shit. I am having to watch crap about like guns and killings and women should cook. And I'm like, holy shit, I have got to watch me some crazy crap to get off this. Because I still intend to watch him because he's a lovely human being.
Don't
but
worry.
I am in a bad algorithm.
Don't worry. In a little bit, you'll finish One Piece, and then you'll watch some One Piece content, and your YouTube algorithm will be very different.
Actually, I really look for. Oh my god, I am so stoked. We need to keep. We need to join our Discord. It's a great, good, fun place. Because we need a simple place where people can put all the, and don't tell me here squishies, don't tell me here, you tell me all the time. We need a place in our Discord where people can start dropping different YouTube channels for me that I can watch.
Oh, everybody, this is an actually important one that I wanted to cover. This is very important. Because we are switching to Sundays as of next week, we're going to need YouTube promotions again, where I do like an image to say, hey, this is when we'll be streaming. I kind of stopped doing it because like everybody knows when we're streaming anyways. It felt unnecessary, so I only do a little post. I'm gonna need to do like a proper image. I give every person permission starting Wednesday to tag me. You can't at everyone, but you can at me over and over again telling me to do a community post. I give everyone permission starting Wednesday to tell me to do a community post about our upcoming stream. Everybody has permission to ping me as much as they want to tell me to do it.
Yes. I can't wait to be able to watch some of the different things that people are going to recommend to me. I'm so excited to see what other people think. I'm just so stoked because I've been inside of this little sound box, and soon I'm going to be like fireworks, baby. I'm going to be popping off all over the place. Did Discord pick up on that?
Until I do it. I'm telling you, until I post it. Once I post it, permission is taken away and I will start to mute people for it. But until I post the ad, I give permission.
That's fantastic. So that's the other thing. Okay, ready? Let's get into this. We're almost done now.
We're doing it.
And do I still have 2 more freaking streams of this when we're done this one?
You still have 2 more in Wano.
I'm a little nervous because of the stuff that's happening where I'm at.
And I've been using the wrong pen for most of this.
I'm very nervous about the switch-in. I hope that you can get your stuff together there, Drawk, because we're moving fast.
We are.
Here we go. If the time comes, we will separate Kurosaki from Orochi through death in order to keep you safe. I was so excited that he said, please remember to wear your blood bags under your kimono, my lady. I told you, if this boy wasn't good, my heart was going to be broken. Finding out who he was and finding out that he was the witching hour boy made me so, so happy. And then it made me hate Shitty Drawing Boy all the much more, because how dare Shitty Drawing Boy cause so much pain and hell. So much pain and hell! Oh, God, I was so mad. People are already putting the things that they think that I should read inside of our area. I'm super excited about that. Kazuki Newton. I'm super, super in love with your character, even though you wore a weird thing on your head for a long time. Finding out that this man is a trustworthy one because he was born in a popular theater troupe, but he lost his parents right on stage due to persecution within Wano. Family is a daimyo killer, blah, 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 blah. Finding out that he decided that this was a lifetime role and that he would just, it's not just his hair, he takes it off. And that he would continue to do this.
Oh, yeah, she's talking about Denjiro. Denjiro put a weird thing on his head. He put the shrimp on his head.
Yeah, the weird shrimp hair.
The pompadour.
I had to turn off my microphone because I was going to sneeze, and the sneeze went away. And I got to tell you, I hate it when sneezes go away. I've always been searching for the right place to bury my bones. It would be an honor. His only pleasure is becoming another person. I hate that boy even more now. It's time for you to die. Time for your death. Since the tragic death of the legendary samurai Kozuki Odin, it is a story of deep grudge between the Kozuki clan and the Hirozuma clan working with the pirate Kaido. I have a kid named Kaido that I teach.
Is he Japanese?
Nope.
Weird. What is he just like, you know, is it just one of those things where weird names are being picked? Is he from an area where that's a normal name? I'm curious.
His name is just Kaido.
How's it spelled though?
Same.
What?
Yep.
Does he go Woro Woro Woro? People want to know? Or Woro Woro Woro?
No, he does this.
That's living up to
I don't know what to tell you. Was that upsetting?
Thanks. Yeah.
You gonna be okay?
Oh, no.
All right. When they went off to sea, and let's just read this part first, because I think it's fair to everyone that we take a moment for it. Master Kin, this isn't like you. If you aren't prepared to find the traitor, cut him down and move onward, then none of us can do so, but whoever it is, they will not confess. Kiko is right, Kin. Let us all clear this up now by acknowledging it was me. Ah, Conjuro. You're the piece of shit? Yes.
You're the bastard?
Me. You're the piece of crap who should we cut in half? Yes, I am that person. You're the person who we should put hot coals under your toenails? Yes, do that immediately. Need I say more? No, let's kill you in 1,000 ways. My only regret is you have but one life to give.
True, though. I mean,
when
this guy's parents were killed just for their last name.
I don't know what to tell you. That isn't a reason to do what he did.
No, it's a reason to arrest those men.
Yeah. Then they think that they kill him and they don't because it was a picture, and it turns out that he was capable of great pictures.
Turns out this whole time he's been pretending to be a bad artist, and he's actually very good.
That's the real tragedy. No one would ever do that. No one has ever pretended to be a bad artist just for reasons.
He's got to be a great artist. Drawing bad on purpose is so hard.
It really, really is.
Like, don't get me wrong. I draw bad on accident all the time. Drawing bad on purpose is very difficult.
I draw so bad in my class, you can't even imagine. I draw so bad in my class that under the things that I draw on the whiteboard, I put what they are.
That's true. He was drawing with his offhand. That is how he was doing it.
I put things on it like dog. And then kids are like, so that's a dog? And I'm like, yep. Another image I wanted you to draw at first was the one of Law, Luffy, and Kid in 3 panels side by side. When you're at sea, you fight against pirates. What a great loopy frame. So good.
It's wonderful. It's great to come out of the world's saddest flashback and immediately just have cool shit.
Oh, I was so grateful. Did those 2 bastards always have masks on their face? Did we talk about this yet?
Which bastards? The CP0?
No. No. The Raya, whatever, the people that come out for Kaido that we do the walk up for. I'll get there.
We'll get there.
The dinosaur kids.
The Toby Ropo?
The 2 dinosaur kids.
Oh, page 1 and Ulti. Yes, the 2 of the Toby Ropo. They always wear masks.
Okay. Can't remember if we talked about that last time.
I don't think we'd seen Ulti last time, and all we'd seen at page 1 was Sanji kicking his ass off screen.
Lame.
Yeah.
Did you see the level of art he was capable of when suddenly he flows up in the air with a goddamn crane that looked like that? That was very upsetting to me.
Sandro turns out very good. He's
Like,
not
so
the
good.
dead weight he constantly looks like.
I'm glad that you and I watched. What episode was it that we watched?
I showed you the introduction of the Toby Ropo, animated by legendary animator. I can't remember her name, but she's very cool.
That was so good. The piece when they go up and blow up the gate was so incredible.
It's so sick.
The entire thing was hype. The nightclub atmosphere she created was incredible. Like, it was remarkable. If the whole thing was like that, I would literally be addicted to watching it.
Oh yeah, no. If all of One Piece looked like that, I wouldn't suggest that you be reading it. It doesn't.
So good. The fight at sea was incredible, except for my brain kept thinking the following thing: how come they can hear each other in this heavy, heavy storm from boat to boat?
Really good observation, Hockey.
No. It was so ridiculous. You had ships flying up and down and going all over the place.
Can I say, I want to say something. I want to apologize because I said I didn't want to watch a certain scene because I really didn't like Kaido's English voice actor. His English voice actor is fucking fantastic. I don't like his scream. I'd only seen a scene of him where he was screaming, and I really didn't like it. But his speaking voice is actually really good.
Yeah, I loved it.
So I want to make an apology to Kaido's English voice actor. I think he's not great at screaming in character, but his speaking voice is really fucking good. I like it. Someone's saying no, he's ass. I really liked his speaking voice. Listening to it for the first time,
speaking voice.
I thought it was really good.
I loved when Kikamon was suddenly, "Is that you, Danjaro?"
Okay. So someone's agreeing with me. His speaking voice is great, and his fighting and getting hurt voices kind of suck. That makes sense. Queen's voice actor is incredible. Holy shit, he's good.
Yeah, he was amazing. When he screams off, "Is that you, Danjaro?" "Indeed it is. I suppose you do not recognize me. I would have revealed myself to you at once, but I chose to stay your enemy just in case. And sure enough, if I had named myself Danjaro, the betrayer in your midst would have passed it on and ensured that Orochi had killed me. Instead, I retained Orochi's trust to the very end." I love that because this is the part that I love, and I love that the joke goes on and on. But Kin, I knew that you were sharp. Lord Yasu's riddle image featured 2 lines over the stomach of the Habu pit viper, which symbolizes Habu port. Those 2 lines over the stomach, of course, are a sign to remove the midsection of the word, because it would obvious to them all that taking the middle out of Habu Nato leaves behind Ta-to, or wharf. But you only relayed the message of the 2 lines to the others, but because you sensed that Orochi had a spy in your midst, you cleverly misread the answer as Tokaj port in the presence of your group, and the unwitting spy passed the answer Tokaj straight to Orochi. This Such is the foolishness of a man who lies fallow in the capital for too long. Orochi misjudged the distance between location and chose to make his move last night. But by that time, all of your allied forces were done crossing the bridge. And then everyone is staring at him. That place so beloved by Lord Yasuo until the moment the plan arrived. And then he's like, "You are such a genius. So with all these people, we have this many. This whole entire time, it was supposed to be at the wharf. Not the wharf, not Tokaj port." And everyone is like, "Oh my God, you're a genius." And his one friend is like, "Admit it. You thought it was at Tokaj port. Stop it right now. Just be honest with us, Kinemon."
I love Ashura Doji being like, "Fucking, you bitch, tell people." And he's like, I'm Stoic Samurai! Stoic
But
Samurai Kin!
he does say, perhaps I will die in the battle ahead. It feels as though I've just used up an entire lifetime's worth of good luck. But
I
over
love
and
this.
over again, he has things. I accept this. Raise your katana. We have won the opening battle. Then I accept this fate. Over and over again, they're like, wow, once again, you have done an amazing thing. You are so incredible.
I love it. This whole bit. It's so comedic. It's so funny.
I was really proud of Momo when he was like, and this was an ongoing thing, obviously, that I thought was really kind of beautiful, that he's never out loud said before, but is something that person to person is really important. Over and over again, they do things like what Momo did when they said, I need you not to think about me anymore. I am going to take care of myself. Do not fret about me. I will find a way to escape on my own. Destroy Kaido and Orochi and protect Wano. Do not come to rescue me or worry your mind on it. And that happened over and over in this piece. Nami said, we will go and pay attention to this. Allow your mind to be light and not to think about this. Focus on this. There were 4 separate areas within this part of the manga where Oda paid special attention to the idea of telling people that they can lean in and trust you to do the thing that has to be done. So they no longer have to put their mind on that problem, and they can save their thinking for something else and for doing the larger job. And that's a real blessing to give people. Like when you think about it in real life, if you can tell someone, I am taking this burden from your shoulders, you can focus on other things. This isn't for you anymore. That was a really important thing that he did because it shows individual leadership. Like Momo showed it first in this moment when Momo showed, I am going to have individual accountability and leadership for myself. And so now you no longer need to worry about me, even though it's impossible for an 8-year-old to actually say that because we are going to worry about you. I mean, adorable. But it was a great reminder to everyone. And then each person takes that leadership and responsibility on themselves. And when you think about it in real life, that's one of the kindest things you can ever do. And it's also the thing that will get you promoted the quickest. Or get you, unfortunately, new titles that come with lots more work and no more money.
I very much agree, but what you said just made me think of something incredibly funny that I've never thought about before.
Yeah, go ahead.
People don't know about Toki's powers, so like adults sometimes don't visibly age that much, like it just happens sometimes. But Kanjuro showed up and was like, got him, I got Odin's son. And Kaido had to spend a moment being like, why the fuck is he 8?
Yeah, I liked that part. That was really great. Wait a minute. You look identical to the little shit I held over the cliff last time. What the hell's going on here?
What? Why are you 8 years old? That was 20 years ago. Time travel, Lord Kaido. What? What am I missing? What am I fucking miss here?
This part here, though, we really do need to talk about because we need to give Luffy his props. That's right, Momo, for such a cowardly, dumb little brat. You're just a kid who's with a top knot who's all talk. What? Who is that? Cut him in 2. Find a way to survive. We'll go and rescue you because we're pals.
Aww.
That was such an important moment. You're friends with Luffy? Oh, don't worry. Luffy will help find you, buddy. I'm not going to lie. In the meantime, you will have the living shit beat out of you. I've seen your future, and it's bulbous.
I mean, let's be frank. With how Luffy grew up, you think he feels that bad that Momo got beat up as a child?
No, Luffy is just like, well, sometimes you get beat up.
That's childhood. Sometimes you get the shit kicked out of you.
Childhood includes being beaten badly by the people who are apparently protecting you.
Well, not even apparently protecting you, but Luffy's like, hey, did you get chained up and then punched with spikes by a giant pirate man? And Momo's like, yeah. And Luffy's like, oh, that happened to me too. Childhood,
right? Oh my God. Samesies. Childhood's wild.
Isn't that weird that happens to kids and everyone looks at them like, Luffy, what?
Yeah. This part here where a minor character that you might have heard of, his name is Old Jim, shoots shit right through a boat and just shows up out of nowhere with his awesome fishman karate hand, begging your pardon. I hail from Fishman districts of Ryu Kingdom at the bottom of the sea. I am but a humble newcomer to this group, having opposed upon folks left and right despite receiving a ritual cup from the boss of the Straw Hat crew. They call me Jimbei, Knight of the Sea. Jim, 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 Jim. Yeah,
The
Jim.
science guy.
I was so hyped for old Jim when I saw him. I was like, the hype is real. For the sake, and then Law, are you kidding me? And then Kid, he's joining the Straw Hats. I would be pleased to make your acquaintance. Sorry for forcing you to wait like that, but I've just come back alive, just as I promised, Luffy. I'm glad I made it in time for the battle. Oh,
Yeah, Kid. He's joining the Straw Hat. Some people are capable of having more than one worthwhile crewmate.
that was rude. I love it.
Hey, Law, Kid, did you get the memo that you're allowed to have 2 worthwhile crewmates?
You can have multiple crewmates who don't suck. Yeah. This message is brought to you by Luffy. And then they all
gotta learn.
They attack him and hug him, and then Usopp. I can't believe we get a 4th warlord of the sea on our crew. What a morale boost! Like, just Jim. And then they're like, should we make a toast? Yeah, should we drink? We're about to go and fight. We have a huge, huge battle upcoming. You know what we should do? Break out the booze, bitches. Let's do a toast. Get a little drink on, and then we'll go out on, I don't know, operate heavy machinery on our bodies. The captain of the Dogstorm Musketeers then just shows up, full power, Sicilian. And he is like, his beard is blowing in the wind. Dude is taking the drip by storm. This is one of the drippiest drip sections we've ever had in anything, by the way. Like,
you know,
people are bringing the drip hard.
You know what else happens in this section that I can talk about? Because we talked about it last time. I said when I could, I would tell you my Robin ship. It's Robin Jinbei.
It's Robin and Jinbei? How old is Jinbei?
Look, I think, look, is the age difference a thing? Sure. Did you notice the part where she called him a handsome and reliable man?
She called him both handsome and reliable. And if they can't find you handsome, they should at least find you handy.
Well, apparently she finds them both.
That's amazing.
And snubbed Frankie to walk with him. Frankie invited her to go on the tank, and she was like, I'm having a walk.
Literally, he is red-green, but with skills. Oh, Dusty Draugr knew who I was talking about. Yeah, this person is bringing all of Red Green's awesomeness, but he's also bringing up the skills. I watched this show about an American.
I know everyone likes Robin, but she actively snubbed him to go for a walk with Jinbei. Sorry.
You can change your mind.
My team's winning.
Well, I don't know if you know this, but she could choose both. She's a free woman of the sea.
I mean, I am very aware of this fact. Yes.
Yeah. So maybe she'll choose both. I watched this show with an American who calls himself, I'm just the typical average American. And then he watches things about Canada on YouTube. I like him. He's a funny guy. He ate some of her food, but he didn't understand the hype about all dressed chips. And so I was not happy with that. But he loves Red Green. He started to watch the Red Green show and he just loves it with his entire heart. So
Green is peak. I'm a sick child at home from school and need something that's not shit.
And recently, for the very first time, he started watching a few other shows that I love. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna allow this man some more space in my life because he likes some very good Canadian shows, so we can be friends. It was a close one there for a minute when he didn't like all dress.
Fabrizio subscribed to tier 1 to say, remember, if the women don't find you Duval, they can at least find you Frankie. I mean, they are handsome and handy. You are right.
You're not wrong. That's amazing. I wanna like screenshot that page because that's delight. I carry duct tape with me everywhere I go because of red green, and he is not wrong. If the problem can't be fixed with duct tape, then you probably need a new thing. We have some great comedy up here.
If people want to know the vibe of red green and they don't understand it, imagine live action Hank Hill does a local TV show. That's it. But it's a comedy. Imagine that. Just imagine Hank Hill doing like a live action talk show where he's giving people advice. That's the exact bit.
Well, you should watch a bunch of different Canadian stuff. One of them is red green. No, one of them is red green. You should watch it when you're sick. That's when it's best.
It is.
And then one of them is Letterkenny. You should just watch it because it's hilarious all the time.
Letterkenny's a show I keep not watching, and every time I've had to watch a scene or an episode, I've been like, that's really good.
It is really good. And now I Letterkenny my entire life away. Trailer Park Boys, another great one. Another banger. Okay, here we go.
Reboot. Everyone should watch classic Canadian show Reboot.
You just should watch some shit. Like, Letterkenny is hilarious as ass. And I don't know what it is about us up here, but we got some funny shit. Okay.
Not that much else to do.
Except laughed at each other? Are you kidding?
Yeah.
I'm looking out my window at a plethora of items to take care of. I've got chores to do all over the place.
You have specifically built your house to be high maintenance.
You betcha.
Your
you betcha,
life
boys.
Is built to not allow you to be bored.
You betcha.
Yeah.
I got chores in to do. Okay, here we go. Hey, the old Peanut is here, and I know how much you like him.
Hyogoro, I'm a big fan. I do find his title of Peanut confusing.
The old Peanut. Come on, Drawk.
I continue to be confused that he's Peanut.
Come on, man. Come on. The old Peanut. He's not just any Peanut. Hyogoro, the Peanut.
Got me for some fucking reason.
And then they go over to one of the most wild built effing houses ever. Like, you know what? I heard that Gatsby wrote a letter about this house and asked if he could also put on a great party there because it was really important for him to impress Daisy.
Oh, like, we're talking about the Onigashima Palace, are we?
That thing is wild.
It's so fucking big.
Yeah. The skull is crazy.
I'm saying it's so fucking big, but I'm realizing Kaido lives there. Maybe it's a normal size.
Oh, it's a really good too. Like, how tall is Kaido?
Actually,
did we say?
No, wait. Kaido's 20 feet tall. So in theory, a house should be 3 times as tall. It's still too big. Like, it's more than 3 times the height of a mansion, you know?
Isn't it 6 kilometers from...
The skull is 6 kilometers across.
Yeah. What are the horns used for? Do we ever see? Do they go in there? Is that where the attic is? Is it horn?
We do see. And then I'll end it there.
Okay, because this place is horny. Is that where all the
fucking explicitly no? We know where the prostitutes are, and they are not there.
Okay, just checking.
Yeah, I got ahead of the fucking prompt on that one.
Is it the bedroom?
We explicitly are aware of where the prostitutes are, and they are not in the horns.
Courtesans. Is that where they keep the bedrooms?
Nope. Okay, we don't see what's in the horns. We see the top of the skull, but I don't know what's in the horns.
Is it just going to be weaponry? Is that what it's going to be?
There's nothing in the horns.
Oh,
the horns we don't see. I thought you were asking if we see the general top of the skull. We don't. I don't know what's in the horns. That's a spoiler.
Wanted it to be weaponry in the horns. I'm pissed. I wanted fire to shoot out of those horns. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm a little angry now. The large skull looms over the island as part of the mountain range, and the castle itself is on the inside.
The horns aren't hollow.
According to the mansion plans we acquired, there is a rear gate around the back of the castle. You can just bust yourself into the rear gate. All right, well, let's do that then. Okay, this was another one of those moments. I see. And that was the plan you revealed in Conjura's presence to deceive him. So what is the real plan? Oh, look, he's overestimated you again. Well done, Kinemon. It's such a great joke that keeps going on.
The bit they have together of everyone being so confident in him, except for Ashura Doji, because he's become such a cynic over the years, I love.
Oh, I will check out the Apothecary Diaries. I've just already written it down. Use the word apothecary and diary. I'm in. Okay. You know, sometimes when you got that one friend and you're just hanging out with him, and then he Leroy Jenkins and busts his way in and just like takes everything down.
Are you talking about Monkey D. Luffy?
Yeah, Monkey D. Luffy is the real Leroy Jenkins. Leroy Jenkins apparently did do that, but he made fakies.
Yeah,
but
we went into this again. We went into this on stream before. The fact that it turns out that is a thing he was known to do, but that particular video was staged because they thought it would be funny to recreate it with a bit more
wrong. And
writing.
Everyone can just suck it up. It was funny because he is. Thank you. I was about to say that highly. He is Monkey D. Leroy. Dude always does this. Like as soon as they started talking about it, I was like, oh, you know what we got here?
Yeah, y'all gotta stop coming up with a plan, actually.
You know what we got here, boys? What do we got, boys? We got one of these special moments, boys, when he's going to go in there and just beat the shit out of it. How do you know, boys? Well, do you remember the time we were on a train and we were making plans? Yeah. And he just went over. This is what he does, boys. Here we go.
Y'all got to stop thinking about what you're doing because it's already happened.
Luffy is like, I hear you. I hear we need a plan. I'm going to go break it up. And then he just goes. And they're like, holy shit, on a stick. Thank God those kids went over there and did this and pulled themselves off one, because otherwise we would have been blown to smithereens.
I just realized that to this point, none of the Scabbards have any idea just how fucking strong the Straw Hats are. So they're like, yeah, they're powerful pirate allies we've got on our side. This is great. Now, how do we get... Oh, he already did it. What the fuck monster did you bring, Kinemon?
Literally, like, we really got to think of a plan. There's a lot of shit going on here. And then Luffy is like, nah, fuck planning. Let's just go. And deals with it. And then they find the booze. Let's win this fight, and then we'll have the biggest and best party yet. Do you remember when I asked you if we were going to have moments of parties and downtime?
Yeah.
I like that he just says it right out loud. Like, come on, let's go fight 2 of the Emperors of the Sea, because it's time to have a really good party. It's been a while. We can't
have a good party unless we do something cool, so we gotta get on this.
We haven't fought any Emperors of the Sea in a long time, and it's time to do that. They go hard, though, because even though we've got Boy out here jumping over fences and showing everyone that he does leg day and arm day all day, then you've got all the rest of them coming into the bay and being like, ah, shit, there is a problem. You know what we're going to do about this? Sink the boats. Oh, yeah, good point. Sink the boats. Everybody sink the boats. And then they do. And so suddenly all the boats are just that they love and cared for are all at the bottom of the sea. And then Luffy and I are on the same page because he goes, I trust you get up to your combat skills and shape, Ginger. And they're all walking in and Luffy's like, oh. And then we get our first sight of the skull at the front and the pagodas and the dragon sculptures and the lanterns. And it's just, and then the tiny, tiny little sailboats coming on in through the passageway. And I was just like, shit, how do I get invited? Like, I want to go there so bad.
Say what you will about Kaido, man knows how to throw a party.
And he just knows how to, like, create an entrance. You got 2 Firefox at the front. You got yourself, like, freaking the giantest umbrellas, paper lanterns in the world, that oversized giant ass sword sticking out with lanterns on it, and it's so beautiful. The colors are refreshing, and it just makes you feel like people are probably going to do illicit substances, and what happens on Kaido Island stays on Kaido Island. But it'll happen in some beauty because it is stunning. And then we finally get to see Usopp using his shit again, because for a while Usopp hasn't been coming out with the big time things like Green Star Sleepgrass and shit like that. And I loved getting to see him come out back there and putting people to sleep and having fun with it. Blub, blub, blub goes the ships. We sink them before we go on this mission. There's no need to return those ships. Badass. I mean, Kinemon, you may not be as bright as you're given credit for, but you do know how to make a badass entrance. And then they will win or die. Nothing less will suffice when challenging the emperors of the sea. See you. And the outfits they come out with, who looks the very best in them? Who do you think rocked out the right outfits for the enemy's foot? I'm going to tell you right now. I'll tell you who it was.
Huh?
Kid.
Like, I mean, Kid basically already dresses like this.
No, but when Kid came out with the horns and the black epaulets and
I'm just saying it makes sense that he suits this aesthetic.
Like Luffy looked amazing. Robin looked hot as crap. I think they could have done more for Nami. I felt a little bad. Yeah. They went a little Roman skirt on her, and I was like, nah. But Kid, woo, boy, I'm not a big fan of yours, but I'm a big fan of that look. That was really cool. And then when we go on the inside to see all the levels and the roofs and the partying taking place on all sorts of different kind of like platforms with frickin' Queen up at the top, and when you and I watched that opening live and seeing the song, I just still think it's funny that it's Zoom during 2020 when our entire lives were on Zoom. I thought that was a funny thing. I know you just see it as a thing he says, but saying Zoom in 2020 is too effing hilarious for words. My entire life was on Zoom. What do we got here? We got the waiters. Piss off, waiters. We got the pleasers. That's what I call the pleasures.
No, pleasures are people who ate a smile fruit and got cursed with the laughter.
Yeah, I know that. I call them the pleasers. And then the gifters and the headliners. And I find it funny that you can just move into headliner position. When he offered that up, I was like, nah, weak sauce.
He offered it up because there's a sudden opening.
Yeah, I still didn't like it. Who's the tall chick dressed as a geisha in the Toby Rope?
That is Black Maria. She is... I feel like it's fair, because it's SBS content, it's never said, to say Oda ranks them by strength in an SBS, like way in. Black Maria is the second strongest of the Toby Roppo.
She's hot as hell.
She is very hot, yes.
I would like it if she put her robe over her shoulder again, because it's giving drank too much and can't keep my clothes on my shoulder. But it's way better than Ulti in her like super uptight form. I was like, yeah.
Love Ulti. Ulti is one of my all-time favorite henchmen. If Queen wasn't in this arc, Ulti would be my favorite henchman in the arc. Unfortunately, Queen is here, so Ulti can't win.
I think she's fine. I like her. She's great. But Black Maria, no, that's my girl.
If I'm not misremembering, I think Drake is the second weakest. Page 1 is the weakest. Sasaki is above page 1. Sasaki and Ulti are around there. I can't remember who's above who. Then Black Maria. Then who's who.
I'm here for Black Maria all day, every day. Black Maria, how tall is she?
Insanely tall, like Kaido sized.
She makes me look tiny.
Yeah, she would make you look very small. She is, like I said, Kaido size. She's way too big.
And how tall is Kaido again?
Like 20 feet tallish. A little more, I think.
That ain't nothing.
I think like 25 feet.
All right, that's a little something, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is. The Toby Roppo immediately come across impressive to me by the fact that page 1, the guy who turns into a Spinosaurus, is the weakest, but also that guy did get off-screened by Sanji, so.
Yeah, off-screened. You didn't deserve to go full screen, bitch.
Sorry,
Get
you
off
don't
to the
actually
side.
deserve to see your ass getting kicked on screen.
That's how, you know what? Move up aside and let the man come through. That's all I have to say.
Also, you
For
can
those
probably
of you
tell
who
from how they
don't
talk
know,
to. Yeah, nobody knows
sometimes,
Super Bon Bon.
no, I'm never allowed to listen to Super Bon Bon when I drive either. Nobody lets me.
Nobody
lets
should
me
let
listen.
you.
Just because I get a little fast and furious when I listen to Super Bon Bon. Move up aside and let the man go through.
It's not an official strength ranking, but it's a bounty ranking. And frankly, when characters are all in an enemy crew and none of them have like a special power, bounty is a power level at that point. Like, it's just Oda's way of telling us who's the strongest, and Black Maria's bounty is the second highest out of all of them. Page 1 is the highest. Yeah. Okay, it's Who's Who, Black Maria, then it's Sasaki. Okay, Sasaki is above Ulti. Ulti, page 1. And Drake used to be between Ulti and page 1, but he got kicked out.
Ulti's only 5'8". Ulti's a shorty.
Ulti's Luffy sized, basically.
I thought Luffy was 5'10".
He's 5'9", I think. He's somewhere around there, but like they're about the same.
There's a dude on the what's it called who does not glow up well. He doesn't look good in the enemy forces. Kinemon does. Kinemon he rocks it out.
Kinemon's used to putting on weird outfits. This is his whole power. So like he's like, yeah, I can pull off any look.
Denjiro, not so much. Like when he was running through and it looked like he's just wearing jeans with it. It just looked like a dad was forced to wear something for Halloween. You know, when like dads got their jeans on that are too loose in the ass and are weird shaped, and then they like put on something over top of it and they're like, there, I Halloweened. That's kind of what Denjiro gives off. Kinemon actually looks like, let me just be real cool here. Maybe that's why Denjiro has so much faith in Kinemon. The man he always fits in.
Kinemon's fake Dofi is still one of the funniest bits to me.
Get it? Fits? God.
Damn, you are too funny, actually.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be allowed, I think.
Yeah, you don't have to tell me. Every time I see Law's pirate submarine, I think to myself, that's actually the ship I'd want. That's the one right there that I'd want if I was there. And I finally get why people think Kinemon is hot now too.
Really? By people, you mean Cricket?
That's the people I mean, is Cricket.
Yeah.
I finally get why Cricket thinks Kinemon is hot, because when I saw him in that, I was like, oh, that's a hot look. Dude's got the ability to be hot.
Okay, apparently also Bone Fairy Marametsu, there's a lot of people.
There you go, Bone Fairy.
I'm sorry, I didn't know Kinemon was such a hot commodity out here. I'm sorry for taking away your guys' preference.
Anyways, the yellow submarine is amazing. I love it. If I took any ship, I think it would be that one. I would decorate it differently than Law has. His aesthetic is not my aesthetic, but I would love that. I would love that boat for me.
Hello, Bison Gaming. Thank you.
For me.
Boy has so many loose furs he's still shedding. Oh my goodness.
I was really sad to see that dumb boy got dragged down, and then he realized, I'm not going to be able to make this easy on people, so I'm going to try and kill myself with a knife. I'm going to seppuku myself. That made me very sad, Momo. But I was proud you were trying something out. And you know what was really interesting to me? Oh, let's just take 2 seconds here. Let's take a mo, shall we? For the Black Rhino and the Brachiotank number 5. Because, goddamn, they are cool. And just like, those are just inside our boat, dude. Like, these things are in our ship. Look at them.
I love how excited you are about that. Yeah.
This shit's in our ship. And can we just take a moment to look at the Black Rhino and the Brachiotank and say to ourselves, like, we're geared up, boys. Look at us.
Unironically, you're making me feel like I don't spend enough time appreciating that Frankie builds mechs.
You're like, Frankie builds mechs, man. Shit.
I might be realizing that I'm not that much of a mech person.
Oh, I'm a mech kid. I love me some mech. You know that one
Maybe
where
we
they
should read a Gundam?
Machines?
Maybe that should be one of the manga we read.
But you just said you don't like mech, and I literally
but I could get into it, and
mech.
if you love mecha, we could read, like, mech manga are a huge genre. Like, if you want to read Gundam, there's a lot of good ones from what I understand.
I kind of would like that. I like that Fabrizio makes a comment. Momo committing seppuku, I don't approve, but at least he's branching out. Literally, Mama is.
He's trying to learn, he's branching out into new hobbies at least. Good for him.
Shit I said from my mouth? Unhinged behavior.
It's worth noting, someone said earlier that when Yamato is carrying Luffy like this, his mask is still on. Here's the thing, right? This is a twofold answer. It's actually both sometimes it's on and sometimes it's off, but here's the thing. I couldn't find reference of the off. The panel wasn't showing up and I ran out of time. And also I like drawing Yamato's face.
Yeah, I wanted the goddamn mask
You did,
on.
but I couldn't find reference quick enough and I had to start.
I wanted mask.
Aware of what
I did
you
not
wanted.
get it. Anyway,
but look good.
you know
Look
that
at the cute face.
You know that whatever. Their face for me is whatever. Their mask for me, pff, bro, that was great. These mechs, do you know the movie? It's called The Mech.
Okay, yeah.
I love that movie. That was a shit movie, but I love those machines so much.
Dude, there's so much mech media in Japan that you don't know about. It's gonna be great if you're a mech fan.
Mech me up.
I should have known because
shit.
You loved mechs enough that when the Transformers live action movie came out, you really wanted them to be good.
Yes.
The first one was already the first one wasn't that bad.
I was a kid growing up. I love me Transformers. Transformers, robots in disguise. Yeah, no. I need more mechs. Where was I? Oh, I know where I was going. Lucky little Usopp sitting in the full tank, hanging out inside the mech. Poor Sanji just crying in his beard. Boo! And I do mean beard, because does he have his little goat on right now still? Because it was weak ass.
His goatee?
Hates it.
That's his post-time skip design. He's not getting rid of it.
Ever? Yeah, it is what it is. I'll let him have it. But whenever I see a small goat like that, all I think to myself is, can you not grow a beard, or do you just want to keep a little bit of food for later? It's up to you. You do you. Your father every once in a while just goats it out. Just out of nowhere. He's like, and that's his prerogative. I don't know if you know this. It is his face. But yeah, I'm always like, nah, bro, no. Okay, I'm looking at Robin. Robin, you do look hot.
Before we moved on the beard talk, I was going to say, you've given me the gift of being just Ojibwe enough that a goatee is the only facial hair I could grow.
I don't know what to tell you. We don't grow a lot of hair.
I mean, if someone's 100% native, they don't grow any facial hair, so yeah.
I don't have any leg hair. I don't have any armpit hair. I just don't have to worry about that. People do not like it. Other girls get pressed when they find out I don't have to shave. I just don't. I don't grow hair. And they just get pressed. And I'm like, I'm so sorry, but I just don't grow them. I always like to think of me as just
a lot of mech anime is original, not based off of manga. Interesting.
I love
we can watch a mech anime. We can watch a mech anime together.
I would love that. Okay. I'm sorry. Lots of people want to have no hair, but it just is what it is. Okay. Good night. Unrelatable popcorn. Unrelated.
What a specific combination of words.
That really feels like a story, don't you think? Doesn't that feel like a full ass story? Unrelated popcorn fire.
It does feel like there's a whole origin to that.
Drawk, I have an idea.
What's your idea?
No, that's the wrong thing.
What's it about?
It's about popcorn.
Yeah.
Okay. Moving on. You know who else is just beasting it on all levels? Who looked kind of like meh when they were in the prison, but just comes out full swinging in their outfit here?
Kawamatsu?
The king. Like, the king's fit here with the fire coming out of his body, and like, it's yeah, that beast look is good.
When you get more of King's design, you are going to love him.
He is he is Driptasia with his black wings and all the spikes
People are pointing
everywhere.
out it is just King, not the King, but yeah. But let's also be honest, guys. When has Mama ever listened to the name pronunciation ever?
I'm just so surprised you're still trying, guys. Like Squishies, you're trying, but come on.
Like I understand with most people who you're watching on a video, you correct them and they're like, "Oh, okay, I'll try to say it right now." What are we thinking? What are we thinking the result's gonna be? His name's the King now, and the fact that you pointed out means there's no correction to come. And the fact that I read your comment is really what doomed it. So I'm sorry. I'm sorry for doing this to you. We have spoken about Waffle Metal, yes.
It's the King now. So the King is out there and he's like, I called for them, Kaido. King, this was your idea? That's right. Some of you wouldn't bother to show up if you knew ahead of time, would you? Oh, King! I know that you're angling for a spot among the lead performers. I just love this idea of how many times he comes out and he's like, I'm going to make it like off the chain party town entertainment, and he names people after different forms of entertainment. It's kind of reminds me of what he did as Heaven and Hell in Impel Down.
Well, it's specifically cards. They're all named after things from playing cards. Yeah,
you told me that, but I'm talking about the party time, like the people going on stage and the performers and da-da-da-da-da. Okay. Any complaints? None at all. Oh, you bet. Now let's just do this. Funk, funk, funk. Now scram. Funk, funk, funk. They're dancing, just so you know. That was me dancing with them.
Yeah.
I get Mama's brain like Robin gets Lucy. Luffy, thank you, Nasty. I appreciate it. When Luffy decides that the thing that makes him the most pissed off is remembering that his great good little friend was so happy that she got to have extravagant food and never would have such a birthday gift again in her entire life. And they spilled the Ruko, and he was like, are you freaking kidding? And then they had a little spaz about it and they were like, we should have a food fight. And that's the thing that put him over. I also thought about how we had just left Big Mama's territory, and we had just had how important food was, and how food was how he had given up food and left it was Sanji's food, and how he really came to have this appreciation now in a different way, because he's always been such a pig. Like such a pig. I hope so.
But I think starvation has always been something that makes him very angry, and Sanji's sympathy to starving people is a bond.
He also understands what it feels like to be hungry, because his body requires such a heavy amount of food in order to work at a proper gear. And so it really made me deeply happy that he kept to his own guns, and that we had this scene in here where you're like, oh, you're gonna not respect food. That's the thing that's gonna throw me into an elephant gun moment. That'll be the one right there, and make me a little bit be Ennie's lobby again and just do shit I should not do and have attention I should not get put upon me. It works out better anyways. When Luffy pulls attention at, oh, damn. How did I not notice how hot Zoro looks? Zoro looks so good.
Zoro and Sanji both in this arc. I love Sanji's maroon suit. I think it looks great.
I think this green fit on Zoro with his green hair and the cross and all the black, like Zoro and his 3 swords. The scabbards coming out in the back.
I stand by though. The best fit of this arc, the best glow up, the best upgrade we get on anybody. It's impossible for me to deny the power that is our captain finally getting his One Piece jacket cape.
Oh,
20 years
jacket cape.
And our captain is finally wearing the jacket cape.
My God, when I saw him standing there with our new possible crewmate, who I think will be on our ship, in his black frickin' cape, I was like, oh my God, are we caped up? Are we caping up now?
We're finally. He has
a red cape in all the other Luffy.
Ones. Yeah.
Yeah. And so when he had a red cape, I thought nothing of it. And then all of a sudden,
he never had a cape before. He just had his shirt. Now he's wearing the jacket cape.
Talking about when he first came in, He has a
Oh,
red
yeah.
cape in all of the
Mhm.
different pieces, and then all of a sudden he's standing there in a black cape, and I was like,
He's got the classic jacket cape, wearing a jacket as a cape. It's the One Piece tradition, and that means, hey, I'm a big deal now. We're in the major leagues.
going in fight by fight in here because I can't describe all the things. Zoro pulls Luffy out,
Let's
Luffy
just
looks at it,
breeze
blah
on
blah blah.
through.
You can't do that. But I got to tell you, this is one of my favorite fights ever. Even though it is absolute chaos in a can, and even though so much is happening at all the time, he paces it well and he pulls you through well. So you know who each person is, you know what's taking place in the greater scheme of things. And then he does a good job of pulling back every once in a while to give you context in the setting and then back into the close-ups. I think this fight was manipulated really well. And I had no idea, I think, how powerful Apu was. Scratch Apu, even though he's not my favorite. I know you like him.
Oh yeah.
And that's
again, for no reason.
For no reason. But he's not my favorite. By the way, I'm also a Kid fan now. I didn't want to be, and I've said it before. But I'm a big fan of Kid. Like a big fan of Kid.
Damn.
Like a huge fan of Kid. Yeah.
Damn,
I didn't
what
want to
happened?
be, but he is so hot.
That's the first thing.
Just it is the first thing.
The first thing
and
is
B, it's not really the first thing. The first thing was his reaction with his best friend and how important his crewmate was with him. And the next part for me was his absolute death vendetta. And even though he doesn't want to work with the boys, he's still right in there, and he never runs away. He doesn't back down from any challenge, and he's still insistent that he's the one who is going to beat Kaido. There's something about him. He's kind of like Luffy if he was more rage and less chaos. You know?
okay.
Yeah. I'm gonna stick with that. More rage, less chaos. Big Mom, get out of my way. I don't want to look at you right now. The pleasure district where the brothel was, the floating area, is so pretty. Nearly killed my boy Sanji, but so beautiful. Love it. Where are we? When Big Mom goes by and Chopper has his moment and they look at each other, I was like, oh. Chopper's big eyes and her big eyes is a great side-by-side panel. It's totally beautiful. And Big Mom's kids not making it up because I had no idea how beautiful Marco's wings were. When I saw Marco in his full spread of the yellow, green, and blue wings coming down, I was like, holy crap, Mr. Pineapple Head, you are a stunner. I had no idea how cool your wings were.
I was telling you, every time we see Marco, he's hotter than the time before.
And he just got that power look about him when he comes down. He's just cash smiling and he's like, yeah, I'm about to come down and rip your boat to shit. So just hang on a minute. Hey, running away from the Marines. That's just a side boat. Okay. I don't know if I mentioned it before, so I'm just going to mention it once again. How much I enjoy that we see everybody chit-chatting and talking about the plans of the past and the problems that have happened. And Momo comes up having been beaten to crap, and Orochi is holding him and shaking him like a little bag, and then they stick him in a crucifixion. Why do people got to crucify? Everyone is so into crucifying.
There's a lot of crucifixion in this series, huh?
Yeah, so much of the crucifying, and just like kind of a nasty method. I think we should do other things.
Yeah, we should have other forms of torture.
Yeah,
for children.
I could use a new. Hey, Fabrizio, where's the panel in here where you show that? That's what Drawk said. I would like it to be quote. Yeah, we should have other forms of torture. ... for children, comma
Well,
actual literal thing that Drawk
literally
said.
what is happening is a child is being tortured, and your complaint is what the method of torture we're using on the child is boring. It's rote.
My job is to analyze a piece. That's all
Yeah.
I'm doing here.
Wait, how
That's
many
all I'm
pieces are you
doing.
analyzing?
One.
Okay, there we go. I think that was a good bit. I really don't like how part 2 looks. I'm gonna need to do major changes to make this tableau work.
This one? The one with Luffy in the front and the
Yeah, I don't like it.
Scabbard dudes in the back?
Yeah, I'm gonna fix it.
All right.
Yeah, that notification
Thank
was
you.
weirdly way
Looking for
louder than the other
Maurizio,
ones.
listen to me. We should have a different form of torture. ... for children. Drawk. That's amazing. You know
And
who
you know what? I
was
stand by it. We should come up with more creative torture.
They got
I'm not gonna
really
finish this.
into the
I
fact.
can't finish the sentence. I wanted to.
No,
I
you
wanted
really
to
gotta
commit.
not.
I wanted to commit to that, and I
You really
couldn't.
gotta not.
I could
I-
not commit.
Was really pissed that everyone is trying to get Zeus back. People better not get Zeus back. Zeus is in my lexicon of Nami's life now. Like for me, that's just how that is. So you don't get to have Zeus. Zeus got a home now. It ain't yours. Zeus and the sun, not happy about it.
Prometheus does not like this situation.
Oh, he's mad. I think it's hilarious that she rides him until he falls on the ground and then gets angry at Luffy. And did you see that they say, the one person says, "Who the hell are you?" Didn't that remind you of that time that we moved you to a new town and that's what the kids said to you when we arrived there and you went to the playground?
I don't think about that often, but that is exactly correct.
Amazing. You go to the playground. We've lived in our house for exactly 5 minutes. And you meet your first kid and it goes, "Who the hell are you?" Think about that whenever I needed a little chuckle.
Great
Oh,
times.
that was funny as shit.
Look, there's a slight culture clash coming from the suburbs to the res, and you know what? Both are actually pretty good to live in. Granted, I hate suburbs, but we happen to live in the best suburb. That I had this realization that I complain about city design all the time in the modern world. And I'll list all these things you could do to make suburbs really cool, and then I realized, oh, I know why I'm so passionate about this. I grew up in a suburb that did all of the pro-human things that I'm asking for.
Yeah.
Like, I literally lived in my ideal perfect suburb that does all the stuff to make them good instead of hell.
Yeah, we lived in an amazing
I'm not going to go into the details. This isn't a city planning stream, but we lived in an amazing place.
Shit, wait, this isn't a city planning stream?
No.
Like, I thought that's how we ended. We came up with the perfect city and then like we were done. And that's what the One Piece is, the perfect city. One Piece of city. Oh, that's upsetting.
It's upsetting.
Now I know. You were lied to, guys. I'm really sorry, squishies.
They're all so offended.
Yeah, it's offensive. Oh,
We gotta have a city planning stream now.
What am I gonna do with all these blueprints?
I think we could find a lens to talk about city planning through One Piece. I bet that's a thing we could do.
Oh, that'd be fun.
Okay, wait. Hear me out on something. What if after we catch up, our crew gets to submit ideas, our crew tier patrons get to submit ideas of like, here's a topic that isn't directly One Piece. Can you find a way to make a stream about this for One Piece this month?
Ooh, that'd be cool.
There's a lot where it's easy, like geography or whatever, but like there's a bunch where it wouldn't be, and it could be really fun.
We wouldn't
to try
even
to
think
figure
about
it
it, and then we would do, our squishies choose our topic, and then we could do some wild shit that people have always wanted to see a stream about, or that they didn't know they wanted to see. That'd be so good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it would force us to go into some deep ass shit that we'd have to do a little bit of research on, and that'd be fun as crap.
And occasionally we could probably use it as excuses to do crossovers where we talk to other creators to be like, hey, can you teach us about city planning?
Yeah. Geography is everything is just one area. Like geography is
no, they're saying that because there's a creator named Tekking who has a series called Geography is Everything, where he talks about how you can learn a lot from the geography of One Piece, and he gets proven more and more right all the time.
Yeah, you can learn a lot through the geography of One Piece, and I'm sure he also believes, like I do, that the entire center of the puzzle is going to go down and we are going to have a huge big blue spot. Hey, brothel
Okay.
on the mountain. I didn't know that our one thing could start running. That was a bit of a surprise to me.
Our
that we
one
had
thing.
Our mech could just get up and start running around. That was a bit of a surprise for me. When she punched the tank, we hit a weird transformation switch and then they're just running. Oh my god, and its legs are ridiculous. I was so thrilled with that. Oh no, Nami, she's gonna kill me. I think Zeus wants to stay with Nami. It's a love affair of delight. Oh, sorry, Momo. Sorry about you sucking and being up there and on your little area.
Momo finds the second part really genuine after the sorry for sucking.
Well, I feel a little bit bad for him. Like, his dad just died. I don't know if you know that. His mom, Maya, just died. I don't think she did. My name is Yamoto. I'm Kaido's son. You know.
Yama, bro!
Oh,
John
that's
Cena
a
music.
fascinating thing. Oh, Gang Beige, Oh My Family, Volume 30. It's me. I'm your father. I was so excited when I saw this Star Wars moment. I was not so excited when I saw what they did next.
Oh, by the way, we're zooming in because I need to do corrections to make this one look better, because this one just
You do what you need to do
we're
with
zooming in
yourself.
this time. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about
I
it.
can't believe that Luffy's answer was to immediately trying to fight Yamato and be like, and Yamato was like, "Can I please have 5 minutes?" And Luffy was like,
"Die, Kaido's son. I'll kill you."
While fighting. Well, you can also kind of see his point. I mean, it is Kaido's son, right? Like, you wouldn't be all like, yeah, I trust Kaido's son. I can't wait till everyone pops up and they can come out, because I have been just waiting for it to happen. Okay. So Yamato takes off all their things, is Kaido's, and then it says Kaido's daughter, self-styled Kozuki Odin Yamato. I like, you remind me of Ace. To find out that Ace was a known quantity by this person made me, I don't know if I've told you recently, but I'm a very big fan of Ace.
So here's something very cool. A lot of the Ace connection doesn't get shown. However, because the animators are trying to do better the filler, when we watch the episode we watch, you're going to get to see some of the actual canon interaction between them that Oda helped the animators add into the story.
Not for me.
Yeah, so even though it's not shown in the manga, there's canon material that got added to the anime now, because, you know, why add filler when you can add real content that there wasn't room for?
That's crazy cool. I love Kozuki. Kiko Nojo of the Fallen Snow. That is a drip outfit. Don't let me forget that outfit, because that's fire.
Kiku's samurai outfit is fucking terrifying.
I don't know who came up with it, but it is absolutely incredible.
Hey Kiku, how do you want to dress for your samurai outfit? I want to be a demon.
Yeah, but not just a demon, like a flower demon, that just says, like, I can kill people. I am a fallen snow flower demon. Why don't you hold on to your hair so you can take it with you when I take your head off? Like, it's terrifying. Also, we've got a journal, squishies. We have got a goddamn real to goodness journal in the hands of this human being. We're going to get to find some shit out. I wonder whether or not we are going to have all the things for the red Poneglyphs in there. Like, are they? Is that where they put it?
Probably not, right? Like, I guess Oda does regularly, like, create a story convention and then fully bypass it. Like, constantly we fully bypass using log poses, even though they were created to be, like, a way to direct the story. So maybe we won't end up needing the Poneglyphs, but it feels like that'd take away Robin's whole thing. I don't know.
So speaking is good, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah,
As
yeah.
Ace's brother, you should be giving me a ride on your ship. No way, blah, blah, blah. I have to wear these dumb things. And immediately we're all like, well, lucky for you, Luffy has learned to take those dumb things off, so you don't have to worry about your hands exploding, which is nice. And then I can't believe a father would blow up his own child. Well, you should be able to believe that.
Yeah, I mean,
your grandfather is Garp. Um,
Also, it's fucking Kaido. Like,
and
where are your
he's met
standards?
Kaido, like, yeah, what do you think Kaido is? And then he's kept me trapped here for 20 years, blah, blah, blah. And then we see Kaido, who's way too big. Like, ugh,
He's
bro.
Just like a big guy.
He doesn't do enough leg day. His upper half is so big. That dude's tipping. And then we find out that there is a goddamn journal. In comes Lin Lin, Captain of the Big Mung Pirates with all her bits and pieces. Did I hear you calling my name? And their announcement is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. We're going to claim the One Piece. You don't say. Shocking.
Wait, you're telling me 2 Emperors of the Sea are teaming up and they are going to go after the One Piece? Insane.
Yeah. Oh, wow. What an announcement. Oh, nobody saw that coming. It was so lame. They made that announcement together and I felt embarrassed for both
Please
of them.
tell me how you really feel.
You were going to go and try to find the One Piece. No shit, you're going to try and find the One Piece, as Celia will say. Obviously, you've joined up together. You're 2 Emperors of the Sea. The One Piece is kind of the thing going on here. Oh my god! If
Wouldn't
you're
it be
not
crazy if they came out and they said, "Guys, we have an announcement. One Piece. Who fucking cares about the One Piece? We're just gonna go shoot the world government."
That would be worthwhile. We have decided to take on the dragons. Worthwhile. But this was weak. A weak announcement. You know what happened? Everybody there literally said this. Really? Wow.
You mean the thing both of you have been independently trying to do? You're teaming up and you're okay. Great.
And then they sat there for a minute and said, like, is that all?
Is that we independently, our crews were already doing that. So like,
tell us something we didn't know.
Yeah. Jeez. The announcement is more that they're working together, but I guess the issue there is like, we kind of already saw them settling their differences outside of that as an audience. So I guess it's an announcement for everybody there. They're like, oh, cool, we're friends now.
No, whatever. Dusty Draugr makes a good point. Just skip over the ancient weapons. Like, if they had come out and said, we will control the ancient weapons, that's an announcement.
I mean, the issue there is, I think the crew wouldn't know what those are. Like, Kaido and Big Mom are well informed, but I think the crew would have been like,
yeah, but they could even come out and say, unbeknownst
there are weapons that can destroy.
There are weapons of great blah, blah, blah. And then they would be like, we will be the first to bring them together. Now that's an announcement. As a baddie, I'm going to stand up and be like, oh, whoa, pop off.
Can I give you a hear me out on a conversation that I think happened between the two of them that I find very funny to think about?
Give her.
They were talking about what's been going on the last 30 years and their interaction with Straw Hat, and they're like, Big Mom's like, mama, yeah, I've been having a wild time, you know, like fucking Straw Hat got in my business. Tell me about it. Yeah, blew up my house. Oh, that's fucked up. And Kaido's like, yeah, he's been like fucking up my whole shit. He showed up. I had the scientist I was hiring to do some experiments on Punk Hazard, and Big Mom's like, Caesar Clown? And he's like, yeah, she's like, fucking me too. And they're like, wasn't he working also for the government? Like, both of them simultaneously realizing that he's been playing all sides for profit for years would be so fucking funny to me.
Would be funny.
Like, wait, you were hiring Caesar Clown for weird science shit? Yeah, what'd you have him doing? Stealing children, turning them into giants. What? Fuck, I had him make giants, yeah? You see the numbers outside? Yeah, those are mine. I bought them from him. Whoa, what the fuck? That's not confirmed, but that's a popular theory because we haven't seen ancient giants like Oars anywhere else, and there is a sign on Punk Hazard that's a warning sign that has a picture of a head that looks like an ancient giant like Oars.
Oh, that's interesting.
So there's a theory that they were grown in Punk Hazard.
That's a very interesting theory. This part here was very important when he says, and finally the world has turned into motion. The 7 warlords were disbanded because of some mad whim of the government. It is a sign of confidence that Marine headquarters has a new force capable of stopping us. That's an announcement.
Yeah,
That's the
those guys
thing.
know how to announce.
That's something Kaido announced that all on his own. And honestly, that's your kicker. You should have done that with Mom. But while the world government grows arrogant, we have decided to join hands with the Big Mom Pirate to seize the greatest power in the world. Oh yeah, they're right. There's something here. The ancient weapons. They put that down. To seize the greatest
they
power in
did.
the world, the ancient weapons. Yeah, they did it.
Okay, they did it.
That's where
I
it is.
I forgot that part.
You want to know why? Because they dragged. Oh, she has. I didn't notice that she had Zeus in her hand, and he's a dead cloud now.
Beat the shit out of that fucker. That's what he gets for sneaking out.
I wish I'd noticed that earlier, so I could be a little sad.
There's
Anyway,
so many details in here that I forgot because of how big and long this section is.
So hard. There's so much going on, and she
So
animated so much shit too that you're like, what? That's when Big Mom should have come out, though. It should have been the announcement of all this shit, the disbanding of the warlords, and then Big Mom comes out, and then they together, we're going to seize the greatest power in this world, the ancient weapons. That's when it is. Instead, they wait till she's come out, and then they're like, we're going to get the One Piece, the thing you all know we've been looking for.
Oda seeds threats so well. Like this whole time when I was reading this, I was like, oh yeah, they're working together. That is pretty scary. And then I would go and think, wait, hold the fuck up. They raise a good point. The warlords were there for a reason. They were there to have a force to keep the emperors in line.
Yes.
What the fuck have they built? What do they have?
That's exactly what I said to myself, because when they got rid of them, I was like, yeah, the warlords did this, and they took care of different islands, and they kept smaller pirates from being able to join up or get too powerful so that they created a balance. And then I was like, but the other thing they did is be able to come together to go against emperors.
So what the fuck
shit
do they have
now? And if you've got something strong enough to kill emperors, then you got to be thinking that this person that I'm hoping is good is also bad.
Interesting.
Because that's too much power. That just is. Like, how can you argue that that's not too much power? Okay.
Just having something that can beat Kaido. What's good?
Yeah,
Let's go.
That's not good. Then we'll transform into a lawless man that all manner of pirates around the world can call paradise. Kaido, wait a moment. The flower capital territory is my territory. Who do you think you are? Allowed to make all these whoop, and takes his head off.
Oh, and that's a really good point you have there, Orochi. But counterpoint.
Oh, you're headless. I didn't even let you finish. And now, okay. And also, did you know that Yamato just screamed out maybe the most ridiculous thing ever screamed out by a person?
What was that?
Instead, there will be only new Onagashima, and its shogun shall be my son, Yamato. Not even for a second, stupid dad.
So good at insults.
Stupid dad. God. I actually snorted out loud. I snorted out loud when I first read that. When I was like, stupid dad. Whoa. Hold back. That's too much. You've gone too far. And then it goes, hey, show me the way. They're going to kill Momo. Someone call Toby Ropa. Toby Ropa. Escape from the Marines and their weird man calling himself our father. Oh. Sad. All right, then they all cry over their dumb friend who is actually a terrible first person, and what they should have done instead is say, see you later. Why don't you draw a new neck?
Yeah.
That's how they should have handled. That is not how they handled it. They really did feel upset by it. They felt betrayed. In their defense, I was never that guy's friend, so I didn't feel too bad about it.
You really thought his power was cool when you first met him. You were like, he's got a funny bit. He's got a cool power.
Oh, I thought he was hilarious, but on the other hand, I mean,
turns out he's a bastard.
He's a shit drawer and he's a bastard. So when you're provided by new information, just pivot. Pivot. Then Luffy takes off the handcuffs and the running man comes in and shit gets real.
Okay.
Because this is what the little dude says. What's that? Where does your name come from? Momo is a name that means second to none. My name is Kazuki Momonosuke, the man who will be the shogun of Wano. And then everyone's like, oh, my father, mother, I wanted to be a man worthy of facing you in the afterlife. Hooray, could have wished to see you again. I don't want to die, and I don't want to cry. It's shameful for a warrior to cry in front of others. And then the big explosion happens because Luffy pulled off the handcuffs. And then I don't know why they were surprised and said, he really was going to kill me, and was really upset. Like, yeah, obviously.
He's
Have you met your
bad.
father?
He's
Momonosuke.
He's like so
your father
bad.
sucks. He's got that big club thing. He turns into a dragon.
Have you not noticed that your dad is really bad?
No one likes him. Like, people aren't out there trying to save his life. He sucks. And then when everybody gangs up on him all at once, all the 8 Scabbards, Tsunachi, it's a raid.
Love it.
That was a really good ending. Nothing good is going to happen.
What makes you say that nothing good is going to happen?
That's a really bad ending. All of the 8 red Scabbards scabs.
You don't think here that the way that this is going to end is they successfully murder Kaido and everything's solved?
Chapter 986. No, it's so good. That's the 9. Thank you. Yeah, it's going to go very bad. But it's 8 right now because I don't know if you saw this. One of the people was killed because they were a thing. So it's 8 Scabbards. True. When all the 8 Scabbards came up there to attack him, I was like, you have made a bit of a, a bit of a miscalculation. That boy there he's a bad person. Okay, it's time to do some stuff. It's time to do some stuff.
Okay.
Number 1, Luffy is S tier. Don't get excited.
We're going right into our closing segments now. I mean, it makes sense. It's 6:30. Luffy is S tier. Fair enough. I have no complaint. I have no qualms with this decision.
He's not S+. He's not.
Yeah, I know. That's not yet. Don't worry.
Yeah. S+.
This is not the point where everybody was confident there'd be an S+.
I'm allowed to do 2 drip, right?
You do 2 drips. That is correct.
One of them is the amazing outfit of the Snow Samurai.
Okay.
Falling Snow Samurai. That drip is
Kiku.
Hoi. Can I make them be tied with King?
You're allowed 2. I don't think so. I think you just get 2 people.
Because one of them is just Luffy by himself having a black cape. But those 2 are dripped out.
Luffy never takes a spot. That's fair.
But Luffy is just himself, and he usually doesn't take any spots. But because of
Luffy doesn't take a spot. No matter what the list is, Luffy doesn't steal spots from people. So yes, you can.
Okay, thank you. So my other one
the exception. Yes, Luffy doesn't steal.
That's all I wanted. That's why I wanted them there. And so it is special mention to Luffy, who now has a goddamn black cape.
He's made it to cape piece.
We're in black cape era now, baby.
We're in the cape era of One Piece.
Yeah. Luffy loofed out this time. God, he was great. I loved it.
He loofed so hard, y'all.
My number... My number 2 place is gonna be Shrimp Head.
Denjiro time.
Because I really think that was like coming in hot, rescuing everyone. Like, that was the pull right there. So Danjuro is my number 2. My number my number 5
Okay.
is, oh, that's hard. Okay, I don't want to hear any shizbit about this
Uh-huh.
because people might be like, waka waka waka. And I just want you to know,
I'm
I hear
sorry,
your
what may they be like?
prithee tell, waka waka waka.
Okay, chat, I want no wakas from this. Now, I am allowed to say, sorry, that combination makes no goddamn sense. I reserve that right. However, no waka wakas.
No waka wakas. No
Not a
fuzzy hair moments.
single waka be heard, chat. Mods, ban any wakas. Give them a suspension. Give a 1 week suspension. Give a 2-day suspension on any wakas we see to this place on the list. I think I'm joking. I don't know.
Don't suspend people.
Squishies, it's time for Mama Drawk to go to the hospital.
I know I have to go to the hospital now. I'm almost there.
We're almost done.
Okay, so my person is number 5 is going to be
Did Yamato make it on?
number 5 is Yamata.
There we go. Yamato's great. No complaints.
No, because I think people are going to be like, number 5, hello to you. But we've
Yamato
only
hasn't done
seen
anything yet.
That's exactly it. But the existence of Yamata and wanting to have the will of our good boy and being the son of Kaido. Yeah. Number 3 is old Jim.
Hell yeah.
And number 4
Okay.
is, oh no.
Oh no?
Number 1 is Odin.
That's so fair. I needed to sit with it for a second. I think number 1, Kozuki Odin, makes sense. Yamato, you did it. Number 1.
Wow.
So there's a joke in the community of just calling Odin Yamato. So that's what we were.
Oh, you weirdos. And then number 4 is kind of hard. And I don't want to give it. You know what? No. I changed my mind.
Okay.
Kinemon, number 4.
Who did we boot? I forget. Was that Denjiro in number 4 before?
There was no number 4.
Oh, okay. Oh, you changed your mind internally. Okay, I understand.
Inside of my head. Oh, so hard though. Like,
it's
this
tough.
one is
There's
really hard. Yeah.
I want to say, actually, first, quick, favorite minor character and least favorite character.
My least favorite character
Uh-huh.
is the old hag.
Fair. I thought
I
it'd be
hate
Kanjuro,
her.
but fair.
No, it's her. She's my least favorite character. She's
Kanjuro
the
at least has the
beginning-
motivation.
Yeah, exactly. That's the whole thing that made me angry.
Like,
And
come
my
on, who is
favorite
this
minor
bitch?
character is, without a doubt, the white boar baby.
Valid. I think that absolutely counts. Now, I have a reveal for you before we go, before we away. And by the way, if anyone wasn't here earlier, Mama's going to be reading really quick to be able to watch the anime adaptation of Chapter 1000. We're going to be watching that on Monday. So patrons, Monday, be there. If you're not a patron, you can become a patron. It is legally allowed. If you don't have the money, it'll be posted at some point. Anyways, I have the reveal, which is there was a lie in my top 5 characters. Why is that? because taking a lesson from you, I have 2 characters who share a slot.
Oh,
Can you guess who that we've just met today shares a slot with Charlotte Katakuri as 3rd favorite character?
I already know who it is.
Oh yeah?
It's Yamato.
Of course it's Yamato.
Yeah.
And do you understand my
Obviously.
reasoning for why they get to share a spot?
So it's with who does it share with?
Charlotte Katakuri.
What is Charlotte's thing again?
You know, Mochi.
Oh, Charlotte Katakuri. Mochi Man and her, they him.
Yeah,
her.
no, it's
I wish they wore the mask and went back and forth in that. I'm pretty upset that they don't. Is it that they both have the world's worst parents?
yeah, it's the children of the emperor, so they feel like they deserve to share a spot. They got a similar vibe.
I would allow that, especially since their parents shared a spot together for a while.
Yeah. So yeah, Yamato is tied with Charlotte Katakuri because I genuinely can't decide who I like better for my 3rd favorite character, because fucking great characters. Love them both.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Good choosing. I approve. I don't know if you know this. I approve of tying in a spot.
I thought you may. I thought that might appeal to your sensibilities.
Well, it does appeal to my sensibilities. My sense and sensibilities.
Unrelated. This is starting to actually fit together. We are fitting the collage
Oh,
together.
look at that. 2 more, I thought, though.
What?
There's 2 more, though.
Yeah, I told you, I know what you're picking for the 5th one, and I know how I'm going to include it.
Oh my god. I can't believe how cocky you are about this. What if I don't?
Am I wrong?
Oh, I know what the 5th one is then.
You don't know shit. You may know nothing. But also you might know, so don't say. We should leave it unspoken. This is like the unspoken prediction, because you might actually know.
Everybody, if you don't want to know what it is, look away, friends.
Well, no, they all know what's up. They know. Otherwise, they wouldn't be saying they know.
I know
So
they know, but I'm about to
I
put
think
it.
you don't say, because you might actually be right here.
I'm about
You're
to
good
put
at
it
putting
in chat.
context clues together. Yeah,
I'm
but
about
it's
to
more
put
fun.
it in chat.
It's more fun if we don't, if it's just unspoken is floating there that you
Fine,
haven't pieced
but I
together
know
what's
where
happening.
it's going to go, and it's going to go right in this big center space.
That is exactly what's going to happen. Yes, it is going in the center.
I know what it is.
You might think you know what it is, and you know what it is, but we can't say it. We can't say what it is.
I know what it is.
But if we, here's
that
the
means
thing.
I get my way. I get my way. I get my way. I get.
We can't say what it is.
I'll tell you what it is as soon as we get off here.
Yeah. But we can't say what it is.
I know what it is. I'm so excited. I'm so excited.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Guys, we're having a blast doing this. I'm so excited for Monday. We're gonna watch the anime adaptation of Chapter 1000, which I've been hyping up since we started, that there'd be one episode you watch instead of a chapter. Can you believe that we're there?
You have been. I can't believe we're there.
Literally since we started, I've been telling you there was a chapter we were going to watch instead of read, and we finally reached it.
I'm chapter 987. I'm almost
Monday,
at the
yes.
end of the color.
You're almost at the end of the color.
I'm sad about it. Okay. Listen up, squishies. I gotta go to the hospital, so I can't do any things right now because hospital.
Mama's gotta go. It's hospital time.
It's hospital time. But squishies, I had so much fun today.
Thank you guys for being here. Who is so excited for part 4 of this when this can start piecing together and then together with the part 4?
Let's do it early on Monday. I'll send you a thing to make sure that
because I have a thing at 7, so as early as you can.
Okay.
We will let you guys know. Everyone. We'll post on YouTube and the Discord and the Patreon as soon as we know. Until then.
No. Yeah. Stop.
Yeah.
I want to say my thing first.
Oh, the end chapter. We have to say the end chapter for next time.
Oh, what is my end chapter? Did you
Well, the
figure
thing
it out?
is, we can kind of update you again is the thing, because like, you know, we're gonna watch an episode. You have to pause in the middle of it, but in
Alright.
theory, you are going to eventually be reading to chapter 1023.
Jesus God.
I want you to know.
Okay, everyone.
They gave titles for each of the sections. This title was Odin Gashima. The next one, which is why we called it that, the next one is called Supernova Boogaloo. That's what we're heading into. The one after that is called Pure Greatness, and they are so right.
I can't wait. Listen to me.
We'll figure out the time when we can.
Squishies,
Squishies.
you're great people, and you're going to do great things this week. Let the world shine down on you. Love to all of you. Squish on, squishies.
Hell yes. Everybody, thank you for being here. Thrilled to have you as always. I am so stoked for the era of One Piece we've entered. Till next time. I put something on that. I wanted to make it sound weird, but that was unexpected. Sounded like the fucking the Howard Dean scream. Ah. Till next time, it's been lovely talking to you. Bye.
Ciao, ciao.